the person I work with, what I've understood, don't even know your job, but let it be that I can trust you. That's the most important thing. We are doing an interview. And he said, I should go and keep, that is my MD talking, not my CEO. We should go and keep 1,000 naira notes. So we kept 1,000 naira notes in a way that we inside will not see the person who picks it. So, but when you enter, we'll go and check whether it's still there. So a guy entered with this 1,000 naira note again. And we started in, I said, okay, so what's your name? My name is this, my name is that. Okay. He was just talking. My MD he said, that 1,000. I said, leave him, allow him. Just continue. We continued. And I asked him, have your integrity ever been tested? He said, yes, my integrity has been tested. It has been tested here and there. I said, okay, that's very good. I said, has there been anything that you do that this? He said, yes, my integrity. I'm a man of integrity. My MD just said, come on, give them my 1,000 naira note. Just give me my. He said, actually, I was about to. Come, Bani. Find your way. 1,000 naira. So we are very, and most of our job, when we post the amount. That is, I think that was 110,000 naira gross salary job, an account officer. So there are so many 1,000 naira in 110,000, which he might have gotten it. He might have gotten it. So he lost it. Integrity. So trust. This generation, there are so many. There are so many characteristics that the current customer today, we are always in a hurry. I was coming to us. I booked the first boat. I saw it 8 minutes. No. Book the other one. 12 minutes. Oh, no. 12 minutes. No. As I was still booking, I just, okay, let me take bike from here to here. I was like, let me just keep moving. I entered here. I spent on bike this morning 800 naira. I've not left my environment. I was still within Cairo. I just want to be moving. From here, how much? 200. Okay, no problem. Let's enter. You stop here. You look as if, okay, let me check again. It's still 6 minutes. I'll stop. Move. I said, if I had just waited 8 minutes, I would have gone. So we are very, very impatient. It means that when you are doing anything, you must take that into cognizance in establishing your business. Time matters. Trust. Issue of trust, for instance, both have solved, and all this online, Uber and all that have solved that issue for us. Isn't it? They solved that issue for us. Those when I was in school, if I want to go to school, I entered the Delta line. I schooled at Del Abraka, the best state school in Nigeria then. Please, I've kept my niche. Best state school then. So I'll go in the morning, in the night, and go and get a taxi driver. After that, it doesn't end there. Then I will go and run background check on that driver. I'll go and ask him, who is this guy? You know him? Who is this guy? Because he's come to pick me by 4 a.m. in the morning. And I was less than 20. I graduated at 19. So I was very young. So nobody asked me anyway, but right from time, due to the kind of environment I grew up in, I was exposed to certain dangers. So I had to, my security is in my hands. Like the lawyer said, we cater for ourselves, everything, even security. Some points of facts. We've talked about this value, that agility has to do with value, is value driven. And that is why you must have value proposition. Did someone mention the first day? Value proposition. You must have, when I said laundry business, what happened? When I take my clothes to laundry, it takes days to come out. Sometimes it's in the morning, I will go and meet the guy, collect my clothes before I start going to work. So which kind of, what is all this? I said, okay. I got somebody to start washing my clothes for myself, and I was paying the person. Then someone saw the way my clothes was ironed and was like, which guy can handle your clothes? I said, I will pay. And I gave the guy ironed it, did everything. I got one customer. He became consistent. I said, this is sweet. Oh. He brought in somebody, and before you know, I have a full-blown dry cleaning business. I solved the issue of 3 days, of that 1 week to 3 days. So if you bring your clothes today, work on it that day, the next day, the third day, I come to collect it. I brought Express. Then I brought Banker's package, 20 shirts. I can't remember the exact figure, but let me just give you 20. I'm giving you a business idea now. 20 shirts for 5,000 in a month. Just like data. We call that prepaid plan. It was going, even we had premium package, family package, where you have 3 bed sheets, this, that, children clothes, this is for 30,000 naira. When you divide it, you're washing and ironing for like maybe 120 naira. As against 250 that I was doing then. But the truth is that most times people don't exhaust it. So I would then calculate, I said that I even ended up washing 220 naira for one cloth for them. Because you will not bring clothes that are not dirty just because you want to exhaust your money. Do you understand? So it has to be value driven. Then there is stakeholder engagement. We're talking about shareholder and stakeholder, right? The other day. So stakeholder is, let me be sure that I don't, everybody, so I'm correct. I think it was shareholder I put, so maybe I want to change it. I can't remember. But everybody is involved. Everybody is involved in customer service. Last year, when we went for my uncle's burial, so we wanted to hold rain. I'm from Igbo land, so with the whole rain, you might not believe it, but we whole rain. So we went to, it was raining seriously that morning. So we went to want to go and meet a particular rainmaker. So we met somebody on the way, a guy on the way. Say, we are going to so person's place. Which road again? He says, is it for rain? He says, that person not to hold rain. Now we should go to so person's place. We are going again. Why? He said, no, this person, so everyone was moving towards the other one. Then we called one of our cousins. The cousin that sent us that, see, bros, they say so person. He said, hey, no. That person that talking, that the day they bury so person, that flood never carry everybody. It's not the other place. He said, what happened? He said, what that guy does is he gives people money. He engages people. Take. If you come here and do rain now, you thank you. You've not done anything to him. If you just smile, thank you. His name became very current in people's head. So whether you know how to roll rain or he doesn't know how to roll rain, everyone was calling his name. So I said we're applying for flood to carry us. So every stakeholder must be involved in customer relationship management. Team performance. There is no I, no me in team. We, all of us. Team performance. There was something that was happening when I joined this organization newly. They were so comfortable where they were. Organization culture was not where I wanted it to be, at least with the name of the organization. So when I come with this policy, it will hit them when you go and meet. You say it is the HR. It is the HR. I told them, I say, first, people are exposing me to danger. Because if these boys see that it's me, you look as I want to take food out of their mouth, they can go and wait for me on the way. But far from it, the point is, as management team, we must take responsibility. Just this morning, someone called me that so file is so this thing. The file I've left my table since on the 18th. But it stayed in a particular person's table for about 3 days, and in the highest person's table, that is where it is now. But do you know what I told the person? I said, I'm still working on it. I'm still working on it. He's my client. Because at the end of the day, the file comes back to me, I give him feedback. So I can't tell him that the MD, you know, he stayed in the MD office for 3 days. He's with the CEO now. No, it's not his business. That is how team should be. So we must take responsibility in our businesses. We must train our team or our staff to work as a team. It's very, very important. Those are part of the winning strategies to customer service, customer relation. Put a process in place of how your customer relationship should be. I don't know whether he will come today or whether he has come or whether he came yesterday. Dr. Phillips. He told of a story some time ago of his barber that every 2 weeks or thereabout, you tell him your hair is due. Baba, your hair is due. I thought it was a joke until I went to work in Kogi. And I finished barbing my hair one day. The guy, a barber, carried me. He said, where's my? I told him, he said, no problem. He carried me, I'm going to drop in my house. Baba, home delivering me to my own house. It happened again. That was where I barbed my hair till I left Kogi State. So, if you must excel, you must do something differently. If you must excel, you have to do things differently. I disengaged 2 people. They didn't know they were being sacked. When I was talking to them, they didn't know it was sacked. Because the way I spoke with them, one of them stole phone inside the factory. His supervisor was stealing even that's even about my anger. Stealing his subordinate's phone. So I was very mad. So what's wrong with you? I feel like slapping you. So when I knew I was going to sack him, I said, don't worry, just come in 2 days. Let's discuss. Let me see what I can do for you. Just come in 2 days. He came in 2 days ago. I said, don't worry, just come. Feel free. Come, go home, go and relax, come again. I'm already trying to make you feel comfortable being at home. He came again after 1 week. I said, don't worry, go again. 2 days. I said, as he came, I said, hey, bros, honestly, now I have to put 2 options before him. I said, when you did this thing, staff, we are very angry. In fact, they would have waited for you outside and beat you. But we had to save you. We saved your life. You should be grateful. I say, I hear Christian, we say Muslim. I say, good. When you go to the mosque, knock head up to 20 times and thank God. Because God saved you. Your life would have gone. So it's better you leave this place with your life than to stay here and lose your life. The guy said, yes, it's true. I say, so I take your letter and live with your life. He opened it. He says, so which letter? He says, I say, yes, like you should go. Because being here now is not safe for you again. How can you take your subordinate's phone? The guy said, oh, it's even what I did is bad. I said, yes, it's bad. The guy he ran away. He left. At least with his life. Even though I didn't lie to him, but I didn't tell him the entire truth. Yes, staff were angry, but they didn't want to beat him up. They were very, very angry. They were like saying they will not work with him again, since if you're working with him, their phones are not safe. Right? So you see, the guy later called me which day? That his wife want to thank me. I said, thank him for what exactly? For sacking you? He said, this, he was speaking it. Ami? I was looking at my credit, looking at the call. The 10 minutes. God, I want to do something else. So. Amen. Amen. As he finished, oh, thank you. My brother, thank you. My brother, well done. God will provide another for you. You're a good man. You're a very good guy. I ended my call and I rested. So even in the worst scenario, how do you pass that message to the customer? On Monday, something happened. Honey Palava. I was online listening to Honey Palava. And the situation was managed. So, you see, that is customer relation. When I see my landlord near my house, I always know that my rent is due. uh, so, in rounding up, okay. So, in rounding up for this particular session, we'll, because it's 11 already, so we'll just go for a tea break. So when we come, I'll take the concluding part. We're almost done. I'll take concluding part of the course. But in all, for this particular first session that we've had, or part A of this session, is that customer service leads to customer relation. And customer relation is dependent on the outcome of customer service. Thank you so much. And we'll take the questions after the other class for those online as well. Thank you.
Thank you very, very much, Mr. Okafor Ikenna, Oga HR. Thank you. You have done it again this time. Okay, I heard Mary come. Okay, so we'll be proceeding immediately for our tea break. So that, I don't know if we'll have a walking tea break or we just have our tea. Okay, so if it is okay for us, we get our tea break, come back, sit, and let's continue the conversation. If it's perfect. So that we'll see how to manage time today. Thank you very much. You can proceed for your tea breaks. Thank you so much. All participants, we are still aware you are there. So we'll be reconvening shortly. You don't need to log out. Online participants, we have just announced that we'll be having a walking tea break. So we also crave your indulgence to oblige us few minutes. We will reconvene almost immediately.
Take it for me.
All right. Very much. And we thank especially our online participants for their patience. We, at this moment, will be resuming of the all right, this is better. We'll be resuming the next session. Like we said before now, that we'll be having a walking tea break. So please feel comfortable, feel relaxed with your tea break, your cup of coffee or whatever you're having for tea break while the lecturer of the day continues his session. So we invite Mr. Ikenna Okafor to take the stage while we enjoy our tea break or enjoy our participation online. You're welcome.
Thank you, Mr. Austin. All right. I'm very sure, even though you mentioned my name now, a lot of us have forgotten the name that my parents gave to me, but you can remember SME doctor. That is also a customer relationship strategy. Give them something that will stick. Keep something. That was how that name came about. I needed something that will stick. At every stage of my life, I don't think the SME doctor will change. Rather, it might change to SME professor. At every stage of my life, I've had that. I told you initially, I'm a very customer service oriented person. When I was in school, in my department, even lecturers were calling, some lecturers, I'm not sure they knew my name. They were calling me the historical oncho or anchor. Why? Because we had the best guy who was a near miss first class student, 4.4 something. We call him Mobile Encyclopedia. Then that was the name also I gave to him. In first semester 100 level, he was the only one that got 3.5. All of us were 2.1, 1.2, like that. This boy got, was it 6 A's and 3 F9 or 7 A's and 3 F9? I can't remember which of them. The 3 F9 was 1, GST 101, GST 102, and History 106. The person who took this History 106 is our current HOD of that department. Mobile Encyclopedia argued with him in a class and proved him wrong. Then he was a doctor and proved him wrong. Kume, which we call Mobile Encyclopedia, was as dangerous as he will tell you. Cloud AK in his book, Political Economy of this is in page 124. So this is in the second paragraph, said this. So you can't dispute him. Where will you start? So when the doctor said this, he said, excuse me, sir, he raised up his hand. Sir, K.O. Onwukadike, in his book, Political Economy of Nigeria, said this. Owen Njoku, also writing in Political Economy of Nigeria, also said this. Hopkins, in this thing. Ayandele in page 22. He just laughed. Yeah, you are right. You can see that. Clap for him. He didn't know it was not F9 was waiting for him. So this man was our exam officer. So he had missing script in GST 101 and 102. And he failed his course, elective course 106. So Kume now got 3.5. Me, I thought I got maybe 2.1, my GPA 1.9 safe. Kume now knelt down in front of our department and he cried. He said, till I leave this school, my lowest GPA will be 4.00. Me, I know I can't make 4.00. I said, the only thing that I will make sure I stay within 3.5. I didn't even say I will get 3.5. I'll stay within 3.0 and 4, you know. And the second semester, he got 4.9 out of a 5.00 GPA. So, guy, you mean business, so 100 level, 200 semester, 200 level, First semester, he got 4.9 again. A mobile encyclopedia. Until today, that's what we call him. In fact, that's his name on my phone, mobile encyclopedia. So in my own case, when it comes to history, he has the dates, he's very accurate. But me, I'll tell you, there's one man that said this. Now, you've gotten the story, right? Then I will analyze it. So I had more of analysis than him, which we call historiography. So I do analyze. So when there was an issue, I can't remember the issue I was analyzing. And I spoke about remote course and immediate courses. Our lecturer now said, you are the father of history. So I just took my phone and who is the father of history? So I saw Herodotus. I don't know. I said, I can't be answering Herodotus now. It doesn't. So I changed it. I say historical ancho. It's a Greek word, like the head of something. So I'm the historical ancho of the department. That was the name. Stick with me. He sticked with me. Stick. When in school, we are still within our lecture, but that's how my lecture will stick. When in 300 level, I played school politics very well. We had the SUG, so I was an honorable member, SRC. From there, I joined, there's a chamber, they call the Legal Law Chamber. From there, they choose the school chief judge. I started practicing law, even though I didn't enter law class. You see us, we are allowed to wear the lawyer's beep, everything, the shirts in school. So we are school lawyers. Even if police arrest a student, as long as it's a student, we can go and bail with our ID cards. I started answering legal luminary. So when they wanted to make, when I was 400 level, I wanted to make in fact, I became the legal advisor to Igbo students on campus. What I'm advising, I don't know. It's God that saved our king. I would have advised him into jail. So they made me the chief justice, or chief judge, not chief justice, chief judge of the Student Union Government High Courts. What happened? When they were looking for who will be the chief judge, because the chief justice was in our other campus, Ole campus, that you must be a law student. So the name was just going like, there's one guy, legal luminary. So people even thought I am a legal student. Legal luminary. And the day the president of the SC wanted to meet with me, I was coming with my people, with my big file. So, you are the chief judge, I'm convinced. You are the chief justice, I'm convinced. And that was how. What am I trying to say? Have a signature in your business that people begin to look for you. If I want to know anything now, there was a day we were arguing in my office. My MD, we were arguing. I said, sir, I know. He said, if you know anybody, I just say, I know somebody, mobile encyclopedia, I just called it. He knows the thing that you don't expect. It's not only book. Things are not concern him. He knows who won cricket in 1982. How? Wow. And I was asking, I said, how do you know some of these things? He said he doesn't even know that. Sometimes he read it and pass. He's a voracious reader. So he just sticks. He sticks. So have something that is a signature to your business. That even if every other thing fails, that particular one will stick. So let's proceed. Talk about stakeholder engagement, adaptive planning. I say it with all sense of authority that the only companies that survived COVID 2020 were the companies that planned for it. Where they did not plan for it before it happened, they were actively reactive. You must plan. Planning is very important in customer service. Like this year, my organization, we just passed the budget of next year. Even up to discounts, we know how much we budgeted for discounts, promo. This is a private organization. What are you doing? You think it's only government? As we saw the government pass their budget, we look at, okay, so government budget is this, even though it's deficit, They want to spend here. From here, this is the amount we want to get in this sector. You have to plan. We're going to plan how many manpower we will need. Okay, currently we're in this capacity. We need extra 500 staff, direct labor staff, 20 professionals, two this and that to meet up with what we want. When you plan properly, you will satisfy your customers. Your department, admin department, is crowded with people seeking for leave, seeking for this and that. And before you start signing on all that, create a portal where they just upload and it comes. You look at the name, so department, verify, do less of paper. You are serving. When I came to this organization, one day I came to work, I saw paper. I said, no, it's not me and you. You can't kill me. 100 and something paper, I'll start signing. No. Like we are joking, month ended, payroll, 300 and something documents page for payroll. No. For what? I said, no. Kole work. Kole work. Kole work. I told them no. I brought out a policy immediately. So I have to sign. The payroll officer will sign, send it to me. I will sign. It will go to accounts. He will sign. He will go to audit. Audit will sign. Then it will come back to me to verify that within that time, nobody remove a page before I now send to the MD or the CEO. I said, no, it's not me and you. You can't kill me. Go lay work. So we brought out the system. You send to my mail. Change it to PowerPoint, Excel, send in Excel format. Because what happens since I'm checking is that to be sure that the payroll officer did not add people that ghost workers, because we have over 3,000 staffs. So it doesn't add ghost workers to be sure that the figure tallies. So I start, as we finished all this, we used Excel the first month. Second month, we had an EPR, a payroll system that's automated. So whatever he's doing, I'm seeing it. Now it's easy. Before, because we want to follow process, they close salary at 25. He started the computation 27, maybe he must have finished. And maybe it's now Sunday. He can't do that anything. 29th can be Monday to come to my office. I will sign. It's not the public, I will sign, take my whole day. Because there's not the payroll I'm going to sign on that day. I will take my time because I want to also verify. I'm not just signing. Till the next day, 30th. It will go to account. Go to audit. Before you know, you're talking of 3rd of the next month. And when you're dealing with some kind of customers, you know how they think. Casual workers, if the last day of the month, you are not paying their salary, they are going the next day. You won't see anybody in your production line. They will miss work, tell you that they don't have money for transport. I thank of my profession. I've worked I've worked in the mining sector, worked in construction. So I've dealt with those level of workers. I understand how they think. They will complain, people will not come to work. I say, you didn't pay on the last day. Try it and see. This is what I'm telling you. The day we paid on 29th. They call their cousins and come to work now. The next day they were at work 6 a.m. Gateman, open the gate. The man says by 7, open, let's enter and go and start working. Let's work for free. So you have to understand how people think. Any department you are. Sorry, I'm biased. I'm always using HR because that is my field. Any department you are. It doesn't, when you say customer service, any department you are, anywhere you are, you have to know how your customers think. The way a customer who lives without no offense, who lives in Maraba thinks, it's different from the customer that lives in Maitama. Their thinking is different. I'm trying to use a very wide gap. But you know, the way those in Maitama think, that's how we in Karo think. We think the same way. Are you there? Are you there? We think the same way. they're my billionaire to be friends. So you have to understand how they think. You have to understand how they think. A guy told me, a guy that produces hot. So you just target a bar and you do what? A storming. So what you do is that you buy the hot, the cost price of the hot is 10,000 naira. So you can buy like 10 bottles of the hot, which is 100,000. Then he will sell the hot, maybe at 5,000. You get 10,000. So 25,000 profit. He takes 5,000, take 20,000. When he did that storming at our very caro, he sold it for 18,000 naira a bottle. A shot that day was going for 2,500, a shot of that hot. But when they did it in a particular hotel here, somewhere in Wuse, I can't remember where. I didn't attend that, but they sold it for 30,000 naira. A shot was going for 5,000. The same hot, the same content, but different customers, different environments. You have to understand. When I was moved from, when I went to where I'm working currently, as I came, you do this, you stand there, hey, you come there, move, come. They just come me, okay, yeah, zo. Man, so tension. I don't want wahala. It's okay, no problem, sir. A particular day it rained. My car was not good, so I could not drive, so I was waiting for keke. Eventually, after I called somebody, the driver to come and pick me around after 9. So I came to work. As I came, as I was coming, the MD was already around. He said, I just come in. I said, yes. Me, I was not just saying, it is the rain. I was trying to explain. He said, you tried though, after 9. I said, Abuja. They'll ask you when I was recruiting you, whether we agree that if it's rain, you'll come late. So as I was shaking, he said, you see, Kano is very cold though. I said, no, I like cold too. He said, okay, but you can go upstairs and take tea. I said, okay, no problem. I should go to the conference room. So now, Alice is PA. Alice. Now say, Alice have not come. He said, oh, it's true. It's raining. It's true. She won't come. She won't come. I said, MD is making an excuse for his PA. Me that have people say, when she come, I will deal with her. Why would she? Why did they come? I said, okay, no problem. As she came, I said, Alice, please make tea for me. Make tea, let me drink. You have to understand where you are. Abuja. Sir, it is raining. Even me, I will ask you, come. The day you came for interview, you said you can work under pressure. That's under the rain. Did we agree that when it's raining, you come late? Environments differ. I met somebody that they posted that works with Promasidol. Came from Lagos, one of the top marketers. We are discussing. He says he's going to work his way to stay in Kano. I say, why? He say, look at his office. Sometimes he treks from office back home. He will charter keke, full keke. You start the back of full keke, 150. Full keke. We entered 200 meters. Bike as I was coming. We I entered, the first one I entered. I was seeing where I'm going to. In fact, who know? That was last month when I came back. This AYM, no, Rano at AYA. If you are going towards the Kubwa. From there, bike carried me 100 naira to AYA. I'm seeing AYA. I said, let's go now, 15 naira. He said, no, 100 naira. I didn't have that. I said, oh, just go. I said, in Kano, I'll give you 13 naira. You will tell me, Alasaka, God bless you. I said, yes, God bless you too. I was in a hurry one day. Yes, I was in a hurry one day. I went to bank. I was trying to meet up. As I just came down, I gave the guy, I just carried, in my head, it's 200, the guy carried me. So I gave him extra 300 and just was running to the bank. So I finished in the bank and I came, I saw the guy. I said, what are you doing here? He said, he's waiting for me. I said, no problem. I entered the guy. So when he dropped me, he said, I thought I was just giving 15 naira. I said, it's a lie, I will not give 15 naira. I give him that 200. Take. Environment. So now, what happened when your business is located in this kind of a place? I want to go to Abuja. You must understand this. Most businesses, most shops in that place open by 9. If it rains 10, 11, I mean, you have to make excuse for Alice for coming late. So me too. Because of IIPM, I'm even considering going there. But I know Mr. Bainto will not agree. He just seconded me to them. They should just go and come back to IIPM finally. So, planning. You plan based on reality and some other unforeseen circumstances. Plan with the environment. Sun Tzu, in his book, The Act of War, he said, General, know yourself, know your enemy, and your terrain. As a businessman, I'm telling you today, know your business, know your clients, and know your environment. Problem detection and resolution. You should be quick in resolving problem. My subordinate, his phone had issues. So he came to meet me that his phone had issues. This is that he wants to try something. I said, well, he wants crowdfunding. So I said, okay, that's not the problem. We started raising money for him, all of us. I said, but I brought out, we raised money for him. After raising like 60,000, we went to buy phone. Within a week, the phone had issues. So my money entered inside this. So it's as if it's my, so I said, let's go there, let's go. Again, my normal question, where is the manager? They say, no, they want to repair. I say, you are not going to repair anything. Before we are trying to make that trouble, someone then kept saying, no. We're not going to repair the phone. We'll give you a new phone. Just took a new phone and they gave to us that we should go. What that did to me was that tomorrow, I will go there if I want to buy phone. Yes. How do you solve problem? Even when you're not you're not the problem, you're not the cause of the problem. So you must be swift as well. Detect and even preempt problem. Continue improvement. Continue. Your customer service should be a continuous one. Don't get comfortable. Don't get comfortable. When I was with Bolton White Hotel, we found out that the major competitors then was Top Rank, Transcorp. They say anywhere they go, they will see the marketers of this hotel. So that is the basis to which I'm saying. Please don't say I'm saying Top Rank and Transcorp and Bolton White, they are rubbish shoulders. No. But on the basis that anywhere they go, they'll say, Transcorp market has just left here. So they were their major competitors. They say, okay, what did they tell you? They said they were telling them about their improved customer relation services. So we have to consciously improve in the people, our process, and what? Our products. In marketing, there is first 4 P's and there is also 8 P's. But the most common, which is the 4, is what? Exactly. Did someone add police? Did I hear police? All right. So we have price, products, people, and place, which is promotion and the rest. So you have to keep improving those things. Improvements might also be in cost reduction. It might be that, an example, a particular, you are producing this for 14 naira. You can get a better design of this for 13 naira. So the design will be attractive and it's cheaper. So maybe the weight, before you feel what is inside, the net weight, you reduce the net weight. But the content remains the same. Do you see? In customer service, don't pay attention alone to the end product of that. Don't pay attention to just the customer service. Start from the back. You see, why I'm called SME doctor is because I'm not just in HR. I'm not just in HR. When marketing are doing their meeting, they always call me. HR, please come and sit down in our meeting. When we were talking about we're having high cost. The high cost of base oil lands at this, and this. You can't do this. Government taxation is 10% of this. Now they now reduce to 5%. So people who came in did at 5%. So therefore it's okay. How much do we produce our plastic? How much do we produce internally? How much we produce at 10 naira? How much does Dan Tata do plastic or any other people do plastic, or they do at 15 naira? Let them reduce the quantity they do for us. Let us increase our own capacity. How many of our machines are down? Let us increase our capacity. So we are doing cheaper for ourselves. The cost. Just that there was a logic we were doing here at that time that the number of goods did not increase, just that the price of dollar increased, something like that. I was just laughing in my office that day. So there was increase in revenue. At least I might not now go to the nitty-gritty of whether profit was commensurate or not, but at least there was increase in revenue. So your customer service should. So they were still getting the same price. We didn't jack up our price at the end of the day. The profit was not too much again, but the revenue increased. Turnover increased. Now, let us look at some sectors. In the health sector, what is that thing? Now, online participants, I want to see the chat room program coordinator. The chat room, we want to see the answers that the online participants will drop in the chat room. In this, I believe you can see the screen as well. In the health sector, what is the major thing? What is just the most simplest thing you think a customer wants, your client wants? Let's start from the chat room. Do we have any answer in the chat room? In the health sector, we also have the automobile sector, the school sector, IIPM as a sector, construction, eatery. So let's see if online has anything for us. But before online, let's see who in class here. Someone, yes. No, sit down, sir. Which is care. Yes, care. Care. We all agree that it is care. Quick response. Prompt response. So the first is not that they shouldn't get healed, right? It's not that I want to be healed immediately. Just give me attention. So hope we are picking here. Nice. Health sector, it said healthcare, quality health care delivery. Yes. Someone is even thanking me. Chisom, we love you. I love you too. Someone was thanking me. Please, can we go up so I will see those that told me I love you? Go up, please. I can't remember last, apart from my wife, I don't know who tells me that kind of a thing. Oh, yeah, you Chisom too? I love you too. So, you know, my cousins, one of my cousins sent me a message that she have left Abuja to Asaba, that she's now in Asaba. I said, okay. Before then, she always put herself and her boyfriend. Herself and her boyfriend. I now sent her 15,000 naira. That just is. 2 minutes later, I now saw on her status, best cousin, I love you. So you see, we have the health sector. Okay, so clients want to be assured of medical services, attention, and that's the truth. I wanted to assess our HMO some time ago, not where we have retainership, not HMO of an organization. Pardon? Okay, like I should move. It's moving this side, but it's not moving here. Okay. So I got there. The crowd was much because that hospital was doing NHIs. I know any hospital that's doing NHIs, there's really crowd. One of the hospital here is in Abuja is okay, I will not call one of the relationship, someone that owns the hospital. The in-law is here, so I won't mention the name. So the hospital that does NHIS, there's always crowd there. So I went to assess care and I saw the crowd. Nobody was attending. They were still looking for my organization's file. I just told them, I said, give me back that paper, that letter. Just please don't, make sure don't send bill to us on this. I called the person in charge, HSC. Look, I went to assess this organization. I could not get care on time, so I'm going to treat myself elsewhere. And I left. Because I didn't get the attention I needed. Automobile. Quality service. Reliability. Now, you see this one is very ambiguous. It depends on the car you are driving. Comfort. You know, so if you are driving fuel economy, my brother, we're using Toyota together. Esprit de corps, we're in the same, we're in the same ministry. The last time I drove from Kano, that was on the 9th precisely. I came back from Kano, I drove. I had my full tank. I came back here. You know, it's four, I don't know whether it's other people's vehicle, but my own had 4 compartments. So it still had the last one. It was almost there. I drove from Asokoro to my house, Caro. Asokoro, my house, Caro. Asokoro, like that. 4 times before it started showing yellow. I was like, wow. Toyota, there are just 2 cars in the world, Toyota and others. So it depends on what you want. So you have to be selling something. This value proposition we are entering. What I told you my laundry, what you are selling. My friend that does rabbitry. I do rabbitry too, in case you want to, you can meet me after now. He roasts rabbits. Yes. So he roasts rabbits. And when I was looking at his advert recently, what he was talking about is hygiene. There should be something you are selling. There is something you are selling. School. Now, this is where we will spend a lot of time. School. So, conducive environment. So, now, last year program, for those that attended, Dr. Philip said something here. You go to a school, you see parents go to a school, like, all right, so your school, what curriculum do you use? British standard, all right. Do you have where children play? Yeah. You have swimming pool? Yeah. Is there TV? Yes. Are there white teachers? Yes. Okay. Albinos? No. Oh, okay. So, and no offense, please. But what that person is asking is not asking you whether if 1 + 1 will give you 2. He's looking for something else other than the education itself. My phone, I made a video yesterday. I've been so busy. No, day before yesterday. It was day before because yesterday I wasn't around. Day before yesterday. My house, I'm on the 3rd floor. So there's a school just down in the other street that I could see. On that Wednesday, they were singing praises from 7:30 when they start the assembly. That's what I've noticed. Till like 10 minutes after 8. I was angry. Now, I'm a Christian, so please, this is a very sensitive matter. I was angry. I said, no. For me, I think something is wrong. No, I'm not saying it's wrong, I think. So I don't quote me. I said, no. So I videoed it. The one I could video. Most interestingly, the teachers, one of the teachers, I wish I could play, but I don't want to play it. I'm tempted to play it. The teacher was just, there's one song they sang. The teacher was, children gathered me in assembly ground. He was dancing. And that teacher just came. And that female teacher used a bomb and pushed him. And I said, no, something is wrong with this school. As I came down, I went there. Go. They say, do you have a child? No. Who is the proprietress? I want to just make an inquiry. Yeah, I can find trouble, sir. I said, ma, I introduced myself. I'm this, I'm that. So I should give this thing here because they will just run you down. You know, people, they'll just like they want to run down their business. I say, see what I do for a living. As far as I'm concerned, this is not a missionary school. What is the name? The name is it's not a missionary name. So if you are giving it St. Paul, I would say, okay, you can do anything you want to do. But then, even in seminary, I was privileged to go to seminary. We play. In seminary, you play. That's where you get the best talent. That's where you get the best talent. There is less of this pray. There's talent they are looking for. So I told her, I said, see, look at the video of what your teachers were doing. I said, I'm not trying to penalize them. Because what they are doing is not their fault. It's you that allowed it. It's because it is allowed. You're even around in the office. So you can even come outside and see them. They are comfortable. They know you are around. So she said, I am actually, the truth is that all those words that she said, she spoke for 15 minutes. I couldn't pick one thing. Since I couldn't be, I said, Madam, in all you've said, this thing is not advisable. If you have used this time they should play in chess for 15 minutes, Scrabble, and other words that pricks their brain, it will be better. Do your assembly 5 minutes and go home and go enter into the class. She said, when I go back, I'll still go and check them again. They are always what disturbing me. So, schools have different things they are selling. You see someone want to do that, they'll put white teachers. See some, they'll put their swimming pool. And that's because that's what we want. That's why this generation, even though we are not Generation Z, because we are in that generation now, we all also behave like them. Somehow. In fact, they influence our decision more. Many of us don't know car. If you want to buy a car now, I'm very sure you're going to meet your son. Which these Lexus have this kind of light. You say, daddy, that one is 2016 now. Then the one that the lights go like this is 2017. Then the one that is in 2017 November or not December. Then the third week of November, the one that the light went up. That's the one that they produced. They'll confuse you the more. So, in IPM, what are we selling? Mr. Banito, come. Look at you collect some good certificates back. Networking, professional, the home of professionals. Networking professionals. I met Mr. Banito 2015 in a World Bank program. Okay, my voice is still loud. In a World Bank program. And passively, I've been joining him. When he have lecture, he calls me. There was one he had then in UNN. I went. But when I joined him fully, there are so many benefits I've had. Like the chairman, the president of College of Fellows was speaking on Monday, and the alumni board. There are so many privileges that I've had. Meeting people, platform. Dr. Bass is here. Talk of the angel. You're welcome, sir. So, take this opportunity and utilize it very well. I am open for further discussion, consultancy, recruitment. Even to sit on your interview panel, I will sit for free. as long as you give me another work, I will sit for free. In any of your interview panel, that's how you just be paying me. I will recruit. In fact, in that interview panel, I'm that person they don't want to see. So if the person passed, I'm very sure you will like that person. I'm usually that person. It's not that it's my pet, but I do it intentionally. Especially when my panel, I observe that they are too calm, they are too liberal. That's when one guy came, immediately he was smiling. My MD was smiling. The head of accounts, no, it's not operations. The head of operations was smiling. Everybody was smiling at the guy. The guy was smiling, was feeling cool. What is your name? He spoke about. That's not it. I just look at him. I don't like you. Environment changed. He became uncomfortable. I said, yes. Why are you smiling? What's making you to laugh? Are we here to laugh? After everything, the guy was able to manage me very well. He managed me. I will go like this, the guy will manage me. I will go like that, guy manage me. After the whole thing, I said, even if nobody take you, me, I will take you. So, construction. What are we selling to our clients? Quality and strength. Timely delivery. When I work in construction company, Jesus wept. Some construction companies, God, the 2 weeks projects, 12 weeks projects, 12 months, it has not finished. Those that do government contract, you understand? You understand what I'm saying now? And some people are collecting validation certificates and money. Validation certificates and money. Validation certificates and money. We're in trouble, though. We are in trouble in this country. Validation certificates and collect money. After some time, project will collapse. It's well. E3. What again are you selling? Ambience. The quality. All that. But it depends on who is going to lodge in that hotel. You know, if you go to lodge in a hotel, hotel for instance, what are you looking at for in hotel? Comfort, safety. Safety, yes. But come, if safety is what we need in hotel, why do most of our politicians go to all these low-class hotels to lodge? Well, or they have somebody that they want to have a crucial meeting with. Okay. And it depends again. Do you think somebody in the likes of Peter Obi want to go and lodge in a hotel of 300,000 a night? Yeah, he will tell you, no, I don't want it, just to sleep and to wake up. So it depends on who is lodging. But generally, hotels should be selling things like ambience, comfort, security, safety that we've all mentioned. So there's something in the chat room. Can we blow it up? We at IIPN should market products. My is sharp, but I couldn't see it has gone off. Yes, sir. Should be selling consultancy. Yes. Okay, now. Okay, I'm coming to that. Automatic client value their comfort. Yet nothing is as important as being sure that your driver is not under influence of alcohol. Excellence. So, automobile clients could sell sales or services. Okay, healthcare. Okay, attention. Then go. Automobile clients should sell their go up. Construction client patronizes timely quality, time and quality. I love that. We at IPS should market project management training for those construction companies that are deficient. Thank you so much, Omolara, one of my favorite candidates in my classes. All right, so consultants, we sell knowledge, expertise. It's not just service, knowledge. I did a payroll for an organization. So when they called me, they said, how much is payroll to do payroll? You know, the organization would determine how much we will charge them. Because I can't charge a 7-man organization the same amount I charge a 1,000 persons organization. Do you understand? That is part of how we should operate. I was telling my friend who is a teacher They just call. I was with him. Someone called him. How much do you charge for lesson? He says that carry with me. 3 times a week, 1 hour. I charge 25,000. I say, something's wrong with you. Where is this person calling from? He said, I don't even know. I said, that is why you are sick. Call the number back now. Call him back. He called. Hello? I took the phone. Hello? Hello, sir. Good afternoon, sir. You just called me now. He said, I told you 25,000 for, I hope you understand what I mean. He said, yes, you understand that it's for 1 month. I said, no, it's 1 week. He said, 1 week, 25,000? I said, sir, where are you calling from? He said, my time. I said, yes, it's 25,000, sir. He said, no, it's too much. I said, okay, can I come and see you? Do you know what I wanted to do? I want to access his house. My friend then followed me. I'm not going to teach you, no. We went, Valentine, we went. And he drove, got there. Before we even got there, security, check, search. I say, see, I am paying 25,000 naira. No problem. As we entered, they search. We sat down. They brought this thing. I opened it up. He said, you never, I said, even if you not take us, we've drank at least, even if we not get on price. I opened it. So the man came out. He said, so you are the one that is charging 25,000 a week. So I dip in my voice. Yes, sir. After all said and done, we agreed for 4 times a week for 100,000 naira. It was a sweet deal. A sweet deal. In Cairo, 4 times a week is 30,000. Oh. I was getting 10% till that guy left, till the children traveled abroad. As the guy, I just received alert because we are very, I have his account, all his account number, so I just received alert. I said, what is this for? He said, that's this thing, 10,000. It's contract of 10%. I said, yes, I like this kind of contract. For 2 years, he managed this thing. It was after like 6 months. I was watching TV and I saw this man on AIT. I said, your money will go up. Your money will go up. You'll be in the AIT. Understand your customer. Your customer will tell you what to build, how to build them as a consultant. Before you know, you write proposal and go and give them, put your price. So when they called me, I said, let me come to your office. As I got there, I saw this thing. The chair, very comfortable chair. The chair alone should go up to 400K. I rolled the chair. I said, this original one. As the person came, how much? I say, salary, payroll, structure, 1.5 million. He shouted. After we settled that, he said, no problem, I'll give them the soft copy. I said, oh, your mind now, I think it's the paper. I said, okay, no problem. And now I read a book where someone was saying knowledge was 90%. Why the actual this is? I said, okay, sir, do you know what? The paper that I'll use and print it, a 200-page document. The 200-page document is just 5,000 naira. My knowledge is 1,550,000 naira. So, as consultants, you have to understand times and tides. You have to understand times and tide. So, in rounding up now, let's go to the last place. You get this material, don't worry. I want to draw attention to this. These are the trends, to the best of my knowledge, when it comes to customer service management. As consultants, your brain should be open. Your mind should be open across various industries. Don't limit yourself. I have 3 minutes, so I'm running up now. Don't limit yourself. It started from sales. We just want to make money and pay our staff and be able to produce again. It moved to market need. We are on top, like what Peak was doing then, that milk was only for the rich. It moved to functionality. What that thing should do for you, it will make you grow fast. Peak milk will make you grow fast, or you can use to see all those kind of things. Satisfaction and experience. Apart from all these function, you will feel happy having this in your environment. Self-service. Now, the customer service became very expensive. You now have where you can go and do your laundry yourself, right? You do your laundry yourself. You do everything yourself. You recharge your phone yourself. You check your bank account yourself. Don't come to our place again. Just stay. Because they know we are becoming more lazy. They cook soup for you. Right? Now they cook soup for some of us. In case you want soup, I can. You pay for that advert. To the next one, which is emotions. Part of the people that took lead in this was Macy's, and they said there are 2 cars in the world, Macy's and others. Even the whatever BMW drive a Benz. They sacked the guy immediately. The guy that drive a Benz that works in BMW, they sacked immediately. And the people who later followed this was Apple. You now see people now, after they buy Apple product, go and put it behind their car. You'll be at the back of the car, you see Apple. Because about boys now, my brothers, my brothers, they went and do their own Apple. I see different kind of Apple behind people's cars. Then the last one, okay, not the last, we have integration, customer integration. Customers become part of it. In some, like the laundry I worked before, customers now are shareholders in the organization. Some are members of the board. They are not being paid, but they're members of the board. How we can serve you better? Look at PTA. Now in schools. That's a typical example. Now, data management. The world now is moving towards data. You see? The one that they text him, that your hair is ready. You know, once you just go, I felt very happy. I went to board them flight the other day. I said, listen, just called my name. I said, oh, wow, my name is, your name is here, sir, no problem. I'm irregular. I said, lie, 1 month. The regular, like I see this every day. So that feeling is there. Then the last one is artificial intelligence. That is a comedian will say, that is the Oga Pata Pata of them all. That is the Oga Pata Pata for now of them. But maybe in future, there may be another one. Thank you so much. That's my time.
All right, this is my time. Thank you very much, Mr. Iken Naokafo, for that wonderful presentation. So sorry that we are clocking things together. It's just that we want our capacities to be built. And not just today. With the Institute, it's a continual learning, unlearning, relearning process. So we thank you very much for your patience and active participation. I'm so surprised that at our own level, we have paid rapt attention to the different lecture series that has been delivered here. So we have Dr. Emmanuel Bassi present with us again today. It is time for me not to move around. I am also a student here and learning. So Dr. Bassi, if you are ready. Okay, we'll be having him shortly come forward for his own presentation. Online participants, thank you also for your patience. So when I'm talking about participants, I mean both online and in class. So thank you so much. We have really been patient and very understanding. I guess we are noticing improvement today for those who complained privately or publicly, openly yesterday in terms of the tea break, and let's hope the lunch will be better so that I will not preempt what will happen there. So, but is there improvement? We are so sorry for what happened the previous days. So we actually take responsibility for that. Online participants, we are so sorry. We didn't keep to the time. Yes, but the timing also would have affected them. Today is Jumat. Yes. Okay. I guess there's a Jumat mosque around. Yeah, okay. Okay, doctor can finish before Jumat so that we'll go for our prayer, come back, continue our lunch. So we welcome Dr. Bassi with either a round of applause or a standing ovation for his presentation. Choose one. Round of applause, standing ovation. You are still in order. Dr. Bassi has been really great and helpful. We thank him. He has been very resourceful. So I am ready again. I don't know if you are ready to receive this lecture today. Thank you very much for always being resourceful. Thank you. And you're welcome.
Well done. Where's SME doctor? Has he gone? Okay. God bless you. You can be seated, please. It makes my job very, very easy and simple. Why? Because he has touched virtually every aspect of the thing. I told you yesterday that if you are missing any part, don't miss this one. The reason being that this is a palapala. Because whatsoever you've learned, if you can't turn it to Naira and Kobo, is of no effect. And I strongly believe that you've been boggled with a whole lot of informations, and these informations are key. The only thing you do yourself is when you put them to practice. Are we together? So a quick one. In my slide yesterday, there was an assignment. You know, I didn't tell you this assignment. There are 2 questions for you to do as a homework. I sent the slide even before, the slide was sent to you even before I started the lecture. Was shared, was sent to the Google room. Fortunately, you know, I'm there also. No, you didn't log on to access. Yes. No, if you are part of the Google material, they are all there. It's okay. Are we ready, sir? Huh? Okay. Let me remove my cap. Definitely mocks for 1 o'clock, right? So I can give you an assurance that we'll meet up. And if you cooperate, we'll meet up, even though I want to be as practical as possible today and as real as possible. Thank you so much. So we'll be considering, no more introduction any longer, but I need to introduce myself again. There's a reason why I want to introduce myself. The reason is that if somebody is talking about something and he's talking about theoretical, you now say, hey, it's easy to talk. Are you hearing me? But if the person is talking out of experience, he's telling you, this is what I do. And if you want to experience it, this is it. I think if Dangote is down here and tell you how to be rich, definitely everybody will take note because he's rich. If Tony Elumelu is here and said how to go further in breaking new grounds, you'll be writing. Are you hearing me? Why? Because they've been tested and it has been seen in them. Are we together? Now, I'm going to reintroduce myself. Maybe some of those areas that have not been told. Because if I'm giving an example, like I was giving you some example yesterday, someone might be thinking maybe just stories or this guy trying to mesmerize us. No, it's the fact. And I want to trust God that you get benefit of it. Now, why I say this, that this is the most important part, consulting entrepreneurship, setting up and managing your own consulting firm. Consulting entrepreneurship, setting up and engaging, managing your own consulting firm. Ladies and gentlemen, all of us in one way or the other, we have been working. Is that not so? And you so wish that one day you own your own business. And if you don't want to own your own business, one day you want to desire, SME doctor, we've been trying to locate you about the escape. I said, thank you for doing half of my job. So my own is just, you're welcome. We missed you in the quiet years, but it's well. So in one way or the other, you may desire that one day you want to do your own business. Is that not so? So, but if you're not doing your business, you want to be financially free. And in either way, this will be important to you. So all that we have learned in the last 3 days, you need to translate it to Naira and Kobo, because that is the most important thing. So I want to start it with myself. Now, who is Emmanuel Bassi? I introduced myself, they introduced me yesterday and told you about certificates, right? But that's the most important thing. Emmanuel Bassi, a management consultant, a banker, a lecturer, a pastor, a business and a career coach, a serial entrepreneur, an astute business leader with over 18 years cumulative professional experience in driving business and workplace productivity by engineering effective business analysis and development. That is not what is most important. What is most important is, what have I run in the last 10 years? God has helped me start a business that I run in hundreds of millions as individual and as a team. And some of those businesses are here. And to tell you, some of them, I still work there, I still runs them. And even registrar was coming late. Yes, last year we promised to start a business of called B. And I can tell you the truth is, in the next, after this lecture, is that business I'm going for, because that business has taken to another level. Now, I've started Prime Capital Consulting Limited, which is a purely consulting firm. We started that business in 2014. And as of today, we have about 56 clients, active about 35. And out of these 35, we have about 15 of them or 16 of them on retainership. And now on retainership, none of them is less than 2 million. Are you hearing me? So if I have 16 and they're on retainership, are you hearing me? That's to tell you, apart from the work we do, they have an extra. Is it not your money? Now, apart from that, the others, which is more than half, now if all of them I have work with them, which virtually in a year or two, I do, some I do even above 1 million, some I do about 500, some of them I do about 20 million, stuff like that. And I do for just 10 out of the remaining one. And let's say averagely 10 million, that's how much? That's 50 from 32, that's how much? Which definitely my turnover is actually far, far above 200 million, 300 million, 400 million. But I'm telling you, to be candid, you understand, it's a process. Then I have cashless BDC. Even though BDC is not as active as before, because we don't get money again from CBN, it's one of the cash cow that has ever helped me. And BDC was open in 2012, and I've been running it since then. And that one is more or less only myself and one staff. So there's no cost, rather than go to CBN, collect dollar and sell. I don't do black market because it's against the law, and I follow the law because I'm a man of integrity. So if you ask me, can I get dollar? The same way CBN want to ask you, I'll ask you. But just possibly from me, we get at the higher rate and faster. Are we together? Someone in Kenya just sent us a mail now that he's stranded, this and that, this and that, this and that. I asked her to go to the CBN portal, apply as normal. So, you choose your bank, right? But I know how to go about it and help for a fee anyway. Also, Carhill Investment Limited, we serve as investment company for people. If you want to invest your money, if you want to invest in real estate, we advise you. And so we collect your money and invest appropriately, especially in mutual funds. And basically, we are concerned about 3 mutual funds: the income mutual fund, the ethical mutual fund, and then the equity mutual fund. So we also operate on ethical. So if you're a Muslim, you don't want interest, we have what we call ethical, which is available even with other banks that are strictly Islamic. Are we together? And then also we have Office Plus Technology, purely supply, office furnitures, office things, only that one has been suffering because the way public procurement is these days. Now, Windwave Microfinance Bank, I'm the chairman. I started it in 2014. It's running well. It's there in Kubwa. You need loan, small one. I'll send it to our MD, send it to our managers, and there's also work. Are you together? So that microfinance bank is also doing very well. Central Veterinary Services Limited, I'm the chair. My wife is a veterinary doctor. She's the one working there. And that's why I was talking to you about. I'm a farmer also. Are we together? And that's where the issue of yesterday of Turkey come out from. Are we together? That's good. And that thing, we are one of the dealers for Olam. And if you know Olam, and if you're in Dawaki, you are in Dutse, you are in Kubwa, you see some of those big trucks. And if you need feed, you can contact us and we give you. And if you have dog in your house also that need to be taken care of, or you have your big poultry farm, your big this, that we have doctors on ground that can attend to you and give you money. give you good services. And the last one, Shalom Resource Center. If you're in Guarumpa, one of the biggest bookshops in Guarumpa and Kubwa, we're trying to move to area 10 and also this is purely books. Are we together? So you can agree to me that I have the authority to talk to you about entrepreneurship. Are we together? I have the authority to talk to you. I have the authority to tell you how to make money and you listen to me. You understand? The last part, you don't know, I'm also a pastor. You understand? So that's to tell you the integrity of part of me, that I don't do things that are unethical. Anything that is not centered on God, anything that will not glorify God, I will not be part of it. Are we together? So you also know that because I pastor a church of, times 3 of this congregation, and I'm the pastor in charge. They listen to my advice, and I talk to them, and I join them in marriages, and I counsel them, and I pray for them, and things happen. Yet, it didn't stop me from doing business. And I've told you yesterday, I've been a banker for good 15 years. Good 15 years. And one of the best brands, Zenith Bank. Are we together? So I'm telling you also that the experience also counts. I've also told you yesterday that I have 4 masters, actually almost 2 PhD, because by next year, I will done with the second PhD. By the grace of God, I'm a member of actually 11 professional bodies. And out of these 11 professional bodies, to be candid, only 2 is this type that you sit down and you become a member. All the remaining one are write exam for you to be a member. All the remaining one, I sit down years after years, one candle to write exam. Do you get it? So it's not just an easy one, but correct one. Are we together? So, but that does not mean also those ones that you get like this is different. No, because depending on your age, I can't ask my organ to begin to write exam and begin to do calculus that you want to professionalize. Definitely that is not. So when we did it when we were young. So I have all the right to tell you. And I'm also married with a fantastic Dr. Ruth, and we have 3 children of 13, 12, and 8. Treasure, Barka, and Arhel. Are we together? I'm also a politician because I won election in 2019, House of Representatives. I will ask them, and they removed me from tribunal. But that does not mean anything. I actually also went back in 2022, and actually won my primaries again, and they took us to court. And we started, and they said, Oga, for peace to reign. Because others went and do their own side. So we say, okay, this PDP that we're trying to give them a lifeline. By the time we divide ourselves, what will happen? And I calculate and do plus or minus, I discover actually I don't have money for campaign. I don't have money to spend and to waste. And I told them that if I withdrew now, and so this one goes through, will that be peace? And they say, yes, there's a peace. And I withdrew. And 2, I was not ready to support my presidential candidate because I've turned obedient, but I've not decamped. Are we together? So instead for me to do anti-party as a candidate, it's better I do anti-party as what? A free man. So I now choose to maintain my integrity to be low. So I'm on the council for Labour Party, but nobody knows because I tell them, remove the name, let me do the work. Ladies and gentlemen, I think with this introduction, your nerves are calmed and we'll be able to move forward. Thank you so much. Now, introduction. Now, when we talk about consulting entrepreneurship, what is entrepreneurship? Introduction, entrepreneurship. It's a self-entrepreneurship takes more than an innovation idea. It also requires the right mindset and skill set. Whether you are developing a new business, launching new ventures, building an entrepreneurship culture, and a larger organization, this program prepares you to develop a new strategy. So this is my learning. What we're doing here is to prepare your mind, to prepare your thinking, to change your mindset about the new thing you are about to do. This knowledge that you acquire, how do I put it into practice? Yet, let me say this before I forget. Don't leave your job if your hand is not full to start your business. You start your business until your hand is too full. Are you hearing me? Before you can move. And as long as that business is not paying you and pay 3 others, don't leave your work. Because you come back to us for advice and you will not listen. By the time poverty hits you, you begin to say business is not good. But because the way you started it. It's only those that their hands are full. Are you hearing me? And then they feel like, okay, this thing I'm doing, if I put it fully into my own, are you hearing me? It will turn. But you have not even started anything else. You just have an idea. You just have one savings and you resign. It's a calamity. Majority of those entrepreneurs do not succeed. I'm a consultant, I can give you statistics. You understand? So if we are doing something like that, we tell you, come for entrepreneurship. It is not crazy. It is not that, yes, you are collecting 100,000. Now I'm making 100. No, do plus or minus. Sometimes you need to start first until your hand become full, until you can earn more money. Are you hearing me? Time is 2, time is 3. You say you enjoy the, sorry, I didn't introduce that. You enjoy the breakfast, right? You enjoy that? You want to enjoy the lunch, right? That is one of our products and one of our places. When they said yesterday, I called the officer and said that's it. So we have that arm too. But because what I told you here is when I have more control. That one I don't have a single control, but I'm a joint venture. Are we together? And that is also partner entrepreneurship. And in that place, we do a lot of things. Apart from this, it's a big supermarket. Now, I was giving you an example. I sacked somebody. Are we together? Good. We can move forward now. Now, entrepreneurship worldwide has been noted as it can enrich your understanding. It gives you freedom. It gives you money. And if you want to be rich, actually, if not because of Nigeria, now we see politicians are the rich people. Do you understand? In a seen country, politicians are poor people. Politicians, teachers, doctors, lawyers, all the professionals, they are not seen as rich people. They are seen as people that are very important to the society, people that the society cannot do without them. So they have that respect. If you say a teacher, you bow. You say a politician, you respect because he determines your destiny. You see a doctor, why you respect. Are you hearing me? But in Nigeria today, because of the substructure is stronger than the superstructure. What happened? Everybody bows to the economy. What are the superstructure? The superstructure are those things like education, like the politics, but the substructure, which is the economy, now be the bedrock. And in Nigeria, we turn it, the politics, if you have it, you get the power, you get the economy. It has never happened, and a country that wants to develop cannot continue like that. Are we together? Are we together? Good. So what is entrepreneurship? The process of designing, launching, and running a what? A business. You are designing, you are creating, you are launching a business. So the capacity and willingness to develop, organize, and manage a business venture with what? With any of its risks in order to make what? Profit. So who is a consulting entrepreneur? Who is? A consulting entrepreneur. A consulting entrepreneur is someone who envisions, recreates, and evangelize an idea that they are absolutely crazy about. And that is why yesterday, and even the day one that we started, there was an emphasis of one thing, that as a consultant, you are what? You are a problem solver. You are never a problem enforcer. Don't go there and say, I'm the implement. No. So, and your problem solving is strictly advisory. What did I say? It's strictly advisory. And that is why some consultants want to impose. They go there, they begin to fight with the line managers. Do you know why? Because they are no more doing advisory. And sometimes the problems, are you hearing me, that the client wants you to solve, actually that is not the problem. You have to design the problem. And then you have to make, input. Because sometimes they will see this is the problem. Like one of my clients in Jahidia, she felt it's the head that is the problem. I say it's not the head. I said, I'm going to give the head temporary job somewhere. And we're going to tell him that he's still working for you. So he's there on secondment. And we're going to leave you to do that thing. The problem she was talking about keep happening. So what is the problem? So when I asked the guy to resume, the guy was wondering, you just took me to where I didn't do anything. I said, don't worry, just part of the training. Do you know why? Some of the problem as consultant, they will tell you they'll think it's human being. They'll tell you maybe something, no, but maybe the structure, maybe I didn't tell you yesterday. In any organization, for organization to be successful, there are 3 key things. And I say this in virtually every training I go to that has to do with profitability. And number 1 is structure. If there's no structure, I'm telling you, business survival is a problem. And number 2, which is the strongest, is processes. You must have structure, you must have process. And what are processes? Processes are the laws, the policies. Are you hearing me? The guidelines, those things you put in place that must be adhered to strictly. So if you're not adhering to them, the structure will collapse. And when there's no structure, there's no process. But let me tell you the biggest one. When you have a strong structure, you have a strong process, and you don't have right people to enforce, to carry out, and man this structure successfully, the business will also not work. So placement of people in the right place of the structure and enforcement of processes is the background of any. So that is who an consulting entrepreneur is. Now, I put that, and being an entrepreneur who organizes and manages enterprise usually is still part of the definition. Now, why be a management consultant? Forgetting it. Why do you think you want to be an entrepreneur, management consulting entrepreneur? Why? What is on my screen? They are not seeing, that is covered. Okay, why be a consulting entrepreneur? For example, in Nigeria today, let's look at the statistic. As of 2021, World Bank statistic, management consulting industry was about 350 billion, the industry worldwide. About how much? 350 billion industry. And in Nigeria, the recent statistic says we're about 9.6 billion. Nigeria alone, what they do consulting, go to ministry, I think it's fine. Okay, Nigeria alone, if you go to ministry, which ministry use consultant most? Maybe you don't know. Can somebody tell me? Go to humanitarian affairs. Go to humanitarian affairs. Yes, virtually every department, they have a consultant. Why? Because it was a new, minister was new in the house. She has never been a minister when they appointed her to be minister. And it's also a new ministry. So do you know what she did? Everything was consulting. Do you remember somebody was moved from presidency to that place as a PAMSEC, and the person became redundant for almost 6 months, right? Because there's no work, everything consultants were doing. So you can imagine how much was budgeted there and how much would be going into hands of consultants. Go to an MPC. Actually, also, the key thing that has to do this with our source, hire some staffs. And we have many of them. So when I told you that it's an industry of billions, that's no mistake. So it is a place for you to go. Why? Because it's lucrative. 2, we have the population. Our GDP about 410 billion. Of course, I'm using the 2018 that they say was lowest. By now, I think could have been more than that. Now, there's a very large market for almost every product and services, including what? Consulting. The economy is robust with high demand for a wide variety of product and so why consulting entrepreneur? Because there's market. What did I say? There is the market. As I told you yesterday, consulting is not training. So if you're having in your mind that you want to open your consulting firm to consult, and the first thing in your mind is training, please open what I call training and development. Because training and development is just one arm of consulting, which doesn't bring much money anyway. By the way, you give me your military, I would like it, you know that. Small. By the time you put them together, they make a whole lot of senses. Together? Good. Now, I think this one is also not moving. Good. Good. So look at it. It's just part of the statistic again. In 1980, just give you analysis of what has been happening and the way the growth of the market is, just to portray the part. For example, look at even schools, consulting for schools alone in the northern Nigeria. Nigeria today, we have about 200 and something tertiary institutions. So if you're an education consultant, are you hearing me? Private school in Abuja alone, we have about 300 and something of them. So if you are just consulting as I'm an educationist, and all I'm doing is to just put curriculum together or to optimize and make profit, are you hearing me? You have work to do. Somebody just called me that he wants to start something. And what is it? Church growth consulting. I said, well, I said, there's market. I said, the churches are struggling. I said, she really? He said, yes. I said, fantastic. When he presented, the guy I've started, he has office. I can tell you that he doesn't have time now. Do you get it? So we see it, what you need to make your work successful. Are we together? So what are areas of consulting? Different areas. So please, when we talk about management consulting, it's something broad, very, very broad. Things like engineering, you're an engineer. No, don't say you want to do head. Different consulting aspects. We have a structural engineer consultant. His own, they have just tests. One of the company, Tectonics Engineering, they are strictly into soil testing, soil science, and then structural testing. And they are consultants. They don't work. They just go before you start the road, they test the soil. They'll go when you want to rehabilitate the building, they do the structural and give you a report. And that is their work, and that is consulting. Apart from the civil, apart from the water, apart from the different kinds of engineering. Are we together? Now, we have strategy consulting, which I'm one. One of my MSCs is strategic planning, and I consult in strategy. One of the things I teach in the university today, I teach corporate strategy, and I do consulting in strategy, changing and optimizing. Do you get it? Then you can also do operational consulting. You can do financial strategy consulting, human resource, IT, business, career consulting. Do you know that immigration consulting today, they are making more money in Nigeria? Immigration. Just liaise with them, understand their destiny, and register as a migration consultant. And you are just making people to travel out of the country, and a pala is entering your account. Mind you, it's not a visa consultant. I'm talking immigration. All just tell them where to go, how to travel, everything. And they are making that particular industry today. I can give you in Nigeria, it's 18 billion naira industry. The immigration and the visa industry, 18 billion naira. So if you are looking for consulting, it's not teaching. As a matter of fact, the people that do training and development consulting, they don't make much money. You know, I mean, every day, minimum of 300 people go to Canada permanently in Nigeria in the last 3 months, 4 months. And that's why the Japa thing, career consulting. A lot of people are confused. A lot of people don't want to know to do, including parents. So you need to help them and do it for fee. That's why I'm telling you, if you miss this one, you will miss the better part of this training. Do you know why? This is the one that will bring the apalapala in your head. Step to starting a consulting business. Starting out a new career venture exercising can be so demanding. Is that not so? But I can tell you, as we said, the reason why we put that agile approach is because you can work, you can be flexible, you can change, you can respond to changes. Are we together? Now, before we start everything, begin to give you steps or no steps. These are building blocks. Building blocks for creating a successful consulting firm must have developed a strong brand and a core value. Now, we're going to go to details. I just tell you, these are all building blocks. So you should engage. By the time we start discussing, I didn't say anything at all. Don't forget this. That's why I just create this slide to let you know that these are the building blocks. Build a champion team, strategy, system, and process, sales, technology and IP, relationship building. Now, the foundation, what that encompasses is foundation, relationship building, training and development, etc. So let's move. So how to start a consulting? This is the whole slide. Possibly I'm going to dwell here more. Are we together? Possibly I'm going to dwell here more because this is the whole slide. How to start a consulting business? A definite step by step. Number one, have a sense of what? Purpose and vision. Let me say this. Masmoron says, picture your future to future in the future. A man that cannot picture his future can never future in that future. So if you really want future in the future, what do? You need to have a definiteness of purpose. So for you to start anything at all, I want to be management consultant, I want to be engineering consultant, I want to be tourism consultant, I want to be this consultant. Sit down. What do I want to achieve? It's not just drawing out goals. but define, have the mental picture of what you want to achieve. When I want to start a microfinance bank, I traveled to Benin, because one of the most profitable microfinance bank today in Nigeria is Lapo. You might not believe it. In 2015, 2016, Lapo posted 8 billion profit. Today, they are posting above 10 billion profit. And the second one is Action. Action also, they are there. In fact, they are big. Before all the fintech, other Kuda, Rain Money, all those ones start coming in and disrupt the market. And I did this study very well. Why? Because I want to picture who do I want to be like. So that I told us about benchmarking yesterday. Then I now begin to benchmark. Now, when I want to start my prime capital consulting, what did I do? I went to Lagos. I took course with Philip Consulting, because at least indigenously, if you want to, because I can't go to see Pricewaterhouse. I need the one I can have interaction. How do you start? I went to meet Philip Consulting because these are the kind of consulting I want. I went again to talk to Magog Consulting. I went to Daystar, and I gathered all the big, great consultants that are indigenous, that are successful. And I study and understudy. Some I pay money, some I was low-key, they give me the information. Some provide support. Are we together? Then when I launched, all their mistake. So have the mental picture. If you want to start it, what are you benchmarking first? If you don't know and you just enter, as I told you, and I still want to repeat it, don't leave your job to start, don't resign from your job to start a business. Do you know why? Start the business until your hand is full, that you can pay yourself and pay for others. Then you resign because you have something full in your hand. Mind you, your job and your work are different things. Your job is what you do and they pay you at the end of month. But your work is what you do till you die. Are you hearing me? And your work is what your talent can put on your table. What is inherent that cannot be taken away from you. Are we hearing me? So your work is something that you can work. That's why people in the religion will tell you in Ecclesiastes, he says, in the morning, do your work, but in the evening, do your job. But in the evening, what do? Do your work. Why? It means that which is in you, don't stop building it. Keep building it, because there is a day that will come that you will need it. Number 2, identify your specialism and skill set. Very important. Do you know what? Because you can't just say, I'm going to, what are you based at? For example, when I started Prime Capital Consulting, do you know what I started? Because I was coming from the banking, and in the banking, I'm a marketing champion. I started with marketing and selling consulting. And my first job was to get the selling of one of the markets in Kudute market. We signed a memorandum that the marketing of that place is my company that will handle it. So I was consulting for them. I'll tell them how to set. If you know Kudute market now, we sold that thing in less than this thing. The same thing, Dawaki, that market. Do you get it? Why? Because a consultant was there. When I now gained small ground, and I started following my vision. So what is your skill set? For example, I'm naturally a teacher. So for example, maybe the way I'm talking to you, it's not that I learned from school. Me, I learned since I was small. Even when I was in primary school, I'm a teacher to my students. Even when I don't understand, the little I understand, I will still want to tell others. Because anything I tell you now, it remains in me. It's my book of reading. So I will teach them. Lecturer has gone out. I say, hey, what the lecturer said, in summary, they will all listen. As I'm telling them what the lecturer, repeating myself, it remains. So, it's a different way. So identify your strengths, especially your skill set, before you launch that business, because you are launching it in that line. Then outline your plan. Anything you do, brothers and sisters, develop a business plan for it. Why do banks and people that NGOs that require grant ask you to do business plan? They have their reason. So even if you are not following the business plan from A to B to Z, what do? Have it a template. The good book says, write the vision and run with it. So write it down. This is it, this is it, this is it. So what do you do? Even if you're not following, that template is there. The same thing, for example, I cannot start a year without having a retreat that I'm going to write what I want to do in the year. And I divide my year into 5. Family, this, and I'll write it. This is what I want to. Are you hearing me? Sometimes I'll reach 50%. Some I'll reach 90%. Some, like this year, I can tell you categorically, because of economic situation, I did not reach 30%. But it does not mean that I didn't have a template I'm pursuing. The same thing in your consulting business or in any other business you want to venture. Don't just jump. Why do you have timetable, even in this work? I mean, even in this business, in this particular training. Why? To guide us, to tell us that there's a time for you to move, there's a time for you to stop and do some other things. So to give you a kind of guide. And it's important before you start that business, before you start that consulting, for you to have what? A business plan. Outline it, written. Then, of course, choose your niche. You can't be jack of all trades. Choose what? Your niche. Choose your niche. You hear them doing you are there. Forever living product, you are there. Long reach, it's making money. That you just get confused. Naira bet, you are there. Then what are you actually doing? You understand? Let me tell you, do you know the most confusing thing for you to have money in your hand? Every idea will come, you want to entertain it. Even if you don't know anything in real estate, they tell you, I want to do in real estate. They're not coming with, the one that can give you mutual fund. You say, yeah, I'm investing today. You get confused. But if you are a man of definite purpose, if you're a man that know where you are going, are you hearing me? No matter what they said, they will tell, no. So, Nolene, somebody asked me, they brought the business for me and says, we have to do business. We have to do training. I say, okay, that's nice. But the training is computer, accessories, data this. I say, well, that's fantastic. For now, I didn't have that specialty in my company. For now, it's big money. But I can only advise you because I know 1 or 2 like this that do that. Can you please consult them? And I give them those referrals. I call them and say, it's from me. Should in case you sign the deal, just remember me. The same thing when Bashita took over the sugar company. I was the first. In fact, I stopped them today from even recruiting foreigners because they cannot produce down to 5 years because they just took over 32,000 hectares and they are still farming. They are still putting their things together. Yes, they have the fund, but I said, no. The right time for you to bring the Indian and the Philippines to put the discipline in Nigerians that are in discipline is not now. Now keep doing the farming. Are we together? And then when they now ask, I say, no, I'm not a farm consultant. We need to look for those people that are what? In that area. But for the strategy part, for me to tell you what to do as part-time, for the financial part, I can be of help. Are you hearing me? They didn't pay me good money, but as I speak to you today, I go to the chairman's office straight. I can talk. We have good, and anything they have strategically. This December, I'm traveling with them for 3 days. I don't know which country for us to do a strategic session. So it's not must you must do something for you to be relevant in it. Create your own niche and just choose it and just remain there. Whether the other one has money or not, that is not your business. Then register a consulting business. It's very important. Okay, of course, your business plan, that the outline must be written. Then register your business. Whether it is sole proprietorship or business limited liability, let it have an identity legally. Are you hearing me? Let it be legal. Register, you will say, it doesn't cost you much. Even if you're a freelancer, are you hearing me? Me, I'm a freelancer. Just call me and go. Just have a legal backing. Then determine the service and pricing. Now, you've determined your niche, but the pricing is very important. When I started, for my training, I didn't put plenty money. No matter the organization, that time I was doing free for people now. You call me in the organization, ask CSC, I don't try, ask, what do you call this one? Even the tonics, then phase 3 telecom. I'll go there and train their executives for my heart. They will clap and give me an honorarium of 70,000. I'll put it and say, thank you, sir. I'll carry my bag and go. But do you know what? It's helping me. Do you get it? Through there, and I have contacts. So now I begin to put price. I agree, I begin to put price. I say, if I'm part of the training for a whole day, this is the price. Per hour, if for 3 days like this, I'll tell you per hour, if I'm going to train, I'll give you 125,000 per hour. But if it is my people, I'll give you 75,000 depending on the seniority. Then I put price for training, for example. Then my consulting, the same thing. Before I engage you, we must sign an agreement and tell you that this is where the problem is. Now I'm going to consult. You have to give this particular amount of money. Then by the time we keep moving, after each, this is amount, this amount, place value in terms of Naira and Kobo to service that you deliver. And never start a work, are you hearing me, without putting paper and this thing. Now, I have one of the construction company asking me to recruit. 3 weeks ago, they sent the brief for me. I went ahead and shortlisted. Then they now ask how far, I send them a mail. I say, okay, send me the official letter engaging me and these are my prices, telling me that you have accepted these prices, then I now continue. As soon as you do that, I'll send the candidates for you as soon as possible. Well, I waited for the dusting from Monday to today. I've not gotten the mail. Why? I can't proceed further until. So put pricing, put money to that which you are doing. But there are some areas, 15 or 10. Okay. Okay, so these are, because I wanted those. Now, tips to building a killer consulting business. Find a way to exploit specific knowledge, as I told you. Look for problem. Look for gap. Number 2, focus on relationship, not revenue. Build relationship first. The money will come on its own. Now, the big one, start small. And despite not your small beginning, don't say until it's 10 million. Until I have my office must be in my Tama. Brothers and sisters, you will never run that business successful. Start small. Start small. Be in the 3rd floor. Don't worry. Where is cheap? Do you get it? Or even start in your parlor. But start small. Start small, then you grow. Then sell results, not service. Service is what you render. But the outcome, what is the price? So if you have not gotten there, please return the money. That is how integrity comes, and that is how they will recruit you again. Employ a flexible structure. Don't be rigid. Then always be closing. Try to close every business. Now, things to consider before you become a consultant, that is there for you. What certification do you have in that area? If you're an accountant, you must be a chartered accountant, for example. An audit, you must certify as an auditor. You must have certification that if you mention, people will be able to listen to you because you are a non-factor. Then, am I qualified to become a consultant? Ask yourself. Am I organized enough to become, because organization, if you are not organized, you can't be a consultant. A big person. Somebody you just forget, you don't know where you keep the file. You can't, because you go to another, they embarrass you. Who is this one? You're trying to help us solve problem, and you have a problem for us? Do I like network? If you can't network, you can't relate, you're always to attend to Israel. Brothers and sisters, you are knowledgeable, you are fantastic, but it will not bring kobo. You must be flexible. Then, have I set a long-term or short-term goal? Of course, I've discussed it in the other one, and you must be definite about. Choose a consulting business mode. Okay, model. There are different models. Please read down. I won't even go through them. But those models are very specific, but they build the answer. Define exactly the company, what the company does, how you go about it. They're very key. So all these are models. These are models for you to do value proposition, customer segmentation, customer relationship, distribution channel. How can we generate value? That is what we'll be asking your question. They are all models. I explain details for you to read. You get it? I don't need to teach you, but these are models you can employ and have key results. Now, I'm going somewhere. So, consulting broker basic. Please, if you can't remember anything, also remember this, that it should be clearly convey what your service are. So if you have a bronchial, because you must have a bronchial, what they call profile. I heard me. Your profile should be there on your website. Your profile should be everywhere. If you see my profile, you can't print it 30,000. My profile now, printing of my profile is about 35,000. Because I don't do, it's not like you are bidding for a job of Nigeria, you make up, consulting is the branding. They see on table. Everybody want to pick it and want to go through it. have to be captivating. Are you hearing me? But also must capture. It should be clearly convey what your service are. It should tell customers why you are the best. It should give a view, reason why you should be hired. It should include some belief or biographical information. It should include some information about who your other clients are. If you go there now, if you see my client, I put it together, this one small thing for don't go there, is there big. All the big money that are there. Do you know, this guy has been working with CBN? Yes. So is there, the logo is there. Why? So if you have been doing that, it means you can be trusted. Are we together? Now, 10 places where you can get money as a consultant. You know, I told you about money and this thing. Number one, money hides in people. You want to make money? Build people as a consultant. Money hides in them. Today we have over 7 billion people. Is that not so? Is there money? Number two, money hides in problem. As a consultant, you are a problem solver. The more you solve problem, what happens? The more you make money. Also, as a consultant, consulting business, money hides in the gift and talents. So the talent and the gifts in you, people pay for it. Money hides there. Are we together? Money hides in opportunities. If you see an opportunity that has to do with your line of business, explore, attempt, pursue. Are we together? Money hides in product and services the one you develop. I've discussed with us yesterday how to build a product. Now, those products you are building, those products you are developing, money hides in them because you're going to sell. Money hides in ideas. Money hides in vision. Money hides in your network, in your work. Money hides in your need. Money hides in your creator. Now, what I want you to avoid, just 1 minute, to avoid as a consultant entrepreneur, avoid nomadic mentality. What is nomadic mentality? Nomadic mindset, never settle too long in one place. You jump here, you have this, you have this. You want to feed everywhere. At the end of the day, you remain hungry. Stop it. Then consumer mentality. Anything that comes to your hand as a consultant, you think is your own, is then you are heading to the market. That is, you can't grow a consulting firm like that. Victim entitlement mentality. You're always feeling, yes, you're always under the they are not attending to you. Avoid that. Then salary mentality. Are we together? Then there is always time, or I will do it tomorrow mentality. Procrastination. Now, challenges, I won't do that. Challenges of running a consulting business in Nigeria, they're there, you can read them. Navigating, how to navigate those problems, they're also there for you to read. Then how to fund, of course, how to start a business, you need to know how, where you're going to get the fund from. And I have it there for you. You can do it personal, partnership, allow investors to grant, family and friends, etc., cooperative, microfinance institution, commercial bank, development institution, etc. So in conclusion, brothers and sisters, making money is not a purpose of life. The world measures success by how much money or possession a man has, but this is not true measure of success. But let me listen to this. The first thing you should learn in a course, in a course on entrepreneurship is how to make yourself valuable, because that is what is the key for a consultant. Ladies and gentlemen, God bless you and remain blessed. If there's any, please. Thank you. Have a nice day.
Ask your question now. If he steps out and you ask, it is consulting, you pay. So, okay, there's a question. Please check online if there is a question. Is there any hand up? It is not about it. Okay, we have one question. Please.
Thank you, Doctor, for dishing it out again. I can tell you that we are well fed. My question is this. It's a bit personal, and if I don't ask it now, I will have to pay for it. My husband is an architect, but he took courses in building, and so he's into building. Now the man has diversify into educational linkage networking. And that is a place that interests me. Though I am in the civil service, but of course, I'm planning for exit. So I want to know, because he himself does not know much about it, but he has contacts. So I want to know how I can come in to really establish myself with him and help him what to do first. Because we already have some universities that are already outside the country that are already working with him, and he's signing an MOU. So please, can you advise me on how to really fully come on board with him? Thank you.
Thank you so much. Did you see this type of niche is key? I'm consulting for two. I consult for education resource, and then this African, whatever that idea, they have campuses and they link order, they register. It's something that can be done. You understand? Since you have interest in it, the best thing you can do is to build relationship with those universities. And not any candidate that register through you, you get a fee. And one of the most important thing is, as long as you have a Nigeria, for example, under your guide, or West Africa, anybody that even apply online and have not completed, they will send those names for you to follow up until they complete, and they have you and they pay you. And that money, you'll be sleeping, money will be coming. It's a very good business, but the only thing is you need to build relationship with those institutions. Two, you need to be very truthful with the candidates, because candidate will come in another way or whatever. And then you have to apply, have some emotional intelligence that they taught you yesterday, because also you are a counselor and you should be able to be real to people, tell them this school, this is it, and these are advantages, disadvantages. So you just need to educate yourself. You still just need to learn more about that business, but it's a business that is highly lucrative. Thank you so much.
One last question.
Yes, when I talk about Power Club, you use all your energy, It's going to be very powerful, just like the name implies. Power Club, you gather all your muscles, and then you give it, once. So can we try something like that now? Power Club, another one, a bigger one for him, for IIPM, for all of us. Thank you very much. Thank you, sir.
God bless you.
I am very happy I didn't miss this lecture, this class this morning. So I'm talking about the consulting firm. You mentioned register your consulting firm.
Yeah.
And I know in registration, you have other things that is involved. It's not just the CSC registration. And I believe if you want to do something, you do it well. Talking about legal, other legal registration, like the NICOM, the PENCOM, the NSITF, and all that. I want to ask, is there any incentive for new registered companies? Because I know I have done that for someone, but the company is about some months or years ago or something like that. So, and the charges were very wonderfully high. So I want to know if there's any incentive. I know that a new registered company, FIRS, I think is free for the first 6 months. So I don't know, is there any, and how do we go about that?
There's incentive, but there's nothing free. But the truth is, if you register a company new, it's better for you to go and do them because you don't have charges. They are free, apart from the individuals you're going to register. For example, for the ITF, you need 3. For the NHITF, you also need 3. And those 3, you can start with the minimum is 8,000 naira.
Okay.
Do you get it? Yes. So with whether 1 or 2 things you put, I don't think the whole thing will reach 100,000. But if you start to, then for FRS, not even 6 months. If your turnover is not even up to 25 million, you don't pay tax on income. Do you get it? Apart from the payee and the basic things you do. Okay. So the better you do when it's new. And let me tell you, that area also require a consultant. And because you pay those people that are doing for you, and also it's also a niche. So if you learn it, you're not only doing for yourself, you now say, in my office now, I can get those certificates. And this is it. The amount I'm going to charge is 5%. It's also another business opportunity of consulting. Thank you so much.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you so much. God bless you. Okay, mommy, let's take her.
Please, the last one, and please go straight to the point.
Too much, yes. And they are all in one line, apart from the veterinary.
Really?
Yeah. Consulting I do is business consulting, which has to do with finance.
Yeah. So how are
Banking
you
is
able to
finance.
manage it very well? Are you everywhere?
I'm not there.
Yeah.
For the microfinance bank, I've not gone there. I don't go in there twice this year.
Okay. Then another problem is that, another question is that you are consulting for somebody and maybe you've given the person the right information or advice to help the person in a particular area, and the person refused to like adhere to those things. What do you do?
I said there are three people you don't lie to: your doctor, your consultant, and who the next one? Yourself. Now, if you refuse to tell your doctor the truth, or your doctor advised you to treat yourself and you don't adhere to his advice, will the doctor force you? But what will be the consequence? So your own is advisory. Let me say this again. I told us yesterday when we were talking about product that your responsibility is not to implement. You are an advisory. I mean, sometimes what the organization is asking you to do might not be the real problem. I also shared this with us today. So if you identify, you provide a suggestion, answer, or solution, you allow it, but don't insist.
All right, thank you so much. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. Please, for the sake of our brethren that are going to pray, we'll call it a timeout from here. Please, in the next 30 minutes, we'll be back for people that here can eat. They've eaten. Yeah. The lunch is not. The lunch is ready, but not available. So can we quickly pray? The next speaker that will be speaking with us is already around. So let's and use 30 minutes to network effectively. For those of us that are still around, let's use this period to network effectively. Thank you.
Welcome once again. Please, can we get seated? Our next lecture is already here. No, they'll join us. Okay, so please, can we have a seat? In the next 30 minutes, we'll be discussing. Okay, can we limit the networking session for now? Thank you. In the next 30 minutes, we will be hooking up to one of our, in fact, the governing board chairman will be hooking up to him. He's physically present, but currently not in the country. So he's going to be making his delivery. So the people online have been watching us. It's time for us to watch them. All right, so the next session will be on value innovation for consultants. Last year, I had the privilege of taking this section, and the man that taught me is the one that will be taking it by himself this year. That's my mentor. Now, sometimes in 2017, he told me something. He said, Benito, have you heard of Blue Ocean Strategy before? I said, no, sir. He said, you need to read about it. He said, when you finish reading, come and tell me what you've learned. That was a turning point in IIPM. After reading that book, we made up our mind on what to eliminate, what to add, what to reduce, and what to create or recreate. Some people say IPM is very good with strategy. It is all about what we learned from the young man that you could see his picture on the screen. His name is Dr. Olanrewaju Phillips, simply known as Lanre Phillips. If you are conversant with all or most economic activities or economic programs in Nigeria, MSME programs, you will always find him there. He worked with the Globacom, worked with Airtel, and currently he's working as the sales and enterprise manager for HP Computers for Central Africa. So that's why these days we'll barely see him in Nigeria. Okay, so he is going to be connecting with us from wherever he is to make his presentation. Please, Dr. Lanre Philip, if you can hear me, you can kindly unmute, and I'm sure we will not want to see only your picture, we also want to see your face. So please feel free to unmute, and yes. Thank you and welcome, sir.
Okay, hi everyone, can you hear me? Just show by wave of a hand if you can hear me.
Yes, we can hear you, sir.
Awesome. Okay. So, and I don't know who Benito was talking about, but that didn't sound like me. But I'm glad to be here. I actually thought I was going to be there in person, but I had to do some last minute travel. But I'm glad that we are connecting virtually at least. So a bit of introduction about myself. My name is Lanre Phillips, and this whole journey into interacting with businesses started a long time ago, a very long time ago. Started in the city of Jos, for those of you that know the city of Jos. So 16 years ago in the city of Jos, I was on the faculty of the business school, and I used to train. And so I would come to sessions like this and then just do what's called training. And then so several years later, and you can tell from my name that I'm Yoruba, so several years later, I went back to school, 2 master's degree and a PhD later, and the model changed and I started to teach. So I would come to sessions like this and I'll tell you about theories and principles, The only thing I didn't do was to sell handouts. Okay, and that went on for a while. And I'm on the faculty of several business schools, and so including the Lagos Business School. So one day in Lagos, I was taking a session, and I love to make daunting statements. And I hope you can still hear me. Banito, please, could you give me feedback? Can you still hear me? I need someone to just give me feedback. Okay, so maybe you should just unmute, because I'll be asking that separately, just to be sure that we're still connecting. So in Lagos, I had gone to teach, after getting my PhD, and I love to make daunting statements, as you're going to find out very soon. So one woman raised up her hand. Those people that sit behind the class, they are the ones that are the troublemakers, and she goes, "Dr. Larry, that statement you made is not correct." I'm like, in my mind, I'm like, it's not possible. And the reality is, so I would make daunting statements. They don't look like the things that you're used to, but the reality is these are well-researched statements. So believe me when I make some of these statements that I make. So it wasn't like I made a statement that was wrong. It was the fact that she took my statement out of context, and then, but of course we settled, and I'm like, why am I sharing this story with you? I'm sharing this story with you because that day, a couple of things changed. So since that day, 6 years ago, I stopped training, and then I stopped teaching. Since that day, 6 years ago, everything that I've done is just to have conversations around topical issues, right? So today, it's not going to be different. The only thing that I want to share with you, maybe just in about, I don't know, maybe 20 minutes, is just to share with you, as consultants, to share with you on the topic of value innovation for consultants. Okay, so if you permit me, I'll just jump straight into it. So let me describe who a consultant is, and I hope I'm free to just speak my mind. I'm not using no slides. I'm not using no principles. I just want to speak my mind. Is that fine?
Yes, go ahead.
I get the feedback. Great. Okay. So who exactly is a consultant? Can anybody help me? I just need one or two people to define who a consultant is for me. Anyone? Just use your words. No textbook definitions. Anyone wants to help?
Thank you. A consultant is a problem solver.
Absolutely. I agree with you. What's your name, please?
My name is Alabi Regina.
Okay, thank you so much. So a consultant is a problem solver. I agree with you. Please stay on the line. Please stay on the line. Please stay on the line. Okay. So if a consultant is a problem solver, that means there's someone that has the problem, right?
Yes.
Okay. And that also by extension means that that person cannot solve his problem or her problem by him or herself, right?
Yes.
Or possibly the person can solve the problem, but the person doesn't know that he or she can solve the problem.
Yes, it doesn't have the right information.
You won my heart. Thank you so very much. Okay. So listen to our conversation, friends. Okay. So a consultant is a problem solver, right? The consultant is solving the problem for someone who either cannot solve that problem by himself or herself, or doesn't know that he can solve the problem by himself or herself. Let me listen to one more definition, and then we'll take it up from there.
A consultant, my name is Mary.
Mary, thank you so much.
Thank you. A consultant is not necessarily a know-it-all person. A consultant is someone that sees a need and goes to look for a solution. That's to say that he may not readily have it, but he will go and look for how to get it and give it to somebody that may even have had an opportunity or have something that will help the person solve it, but the person doesn't know. That's, I'm just...
Okay, just hold on, Mary. I just need people to understand precisely what you're saying. So Mary, if I get you, and please correct me if I'm wrong, if I get you, you're saying a consultant is somebody that takes somebody else's problem and goes to investigate it and goes to look for how to solve it, and then comes back to the person and presents the solution. Did I get you correctly?
Yes.
So at times a consultant might not know it all.
Yes. Yes.
Okay, so please don't leave. So please don't leave. So why do I need a consultant? I'm just asking, Mary. I'm just asking. I'm not putting you on the spot. So why do I need a consultant?
Why you need a consultant? Maybe you're busy with so many other things, and maybe your attention is actually divided, and you need someone to help you to solve the problem that you're having.
Absolutely. Thank you so very much. So I took time to ask those questions because I want us to leave that phrase consultant, okay? And I want us to have the reality of exactly who a consultant is. So thank you very much for those feedbacks. So a consultant is not a know-it-all. Several times as consultants, we are faced with challenges that we don't even know. So we take it away from there, go to our study, get all of the solutions and bring it back and present to these people. And I'm sure that has started to happen already. Okay. Consultants are problem solvers. The only reason somebody is coming to meet you as a consultant is because the person feels this is the doctor that will take care of my malaria. If the person doesn't feel that you are the doctor that will take care of the malaria, the person wouldn't come to you. Okay, so let us understand exactly what the role of the consultant is. Okay, so let's speak a bit about value innovation, okay, with consultants, which is what I think I'm meant to share with you about 20 minutes. Okay, so they're just, for me, I'm just going to talk about 3 things because I have limited time. And I just want to, what I want to do today is just to mess with your mind a bit. I don't want you to sleep well tonight. So I'm just going to mess with your mind a bit so that you get thinking. One thing I know is after this session, you would ask for my phone number, you would ask for my email address, because you would need, I would tweak your mind a bit that you would need to reach out to me to ask a few more questions. So shall we go? So I think that the most important thing about value innovation in consultants is knowledge, right? Okay, so I think I'm going to repeat, the most important thing about value innovation in consultants is knowledge, right? And there is there's a premise where we talk about knowledge. So there's something called the 3 Ks, okay? So I'm going to ask you, is there anybody that has heard about the 3 Ks in this session? The 3 Ks. And those Ks represent knowledge. Anybody heard about it? It usually isn't this quiet in my sessions. I'm worried. Okay. So nobody has heard about the 3 Ks, right? Can you still hear me, by the way?
Yes, we can hear you, sir. Go ahead, sir.
Awesome. So nobody has heard about the 3 Ks, okay? And I'm happy that nobody has heard about the 3 Ks because there are actually no 3 Ks. Those 3 Ks are my 3 Ks. And I was hoping that nobody will say you have heard about the 3 Ks, okay? So I'm really delighted that nobody tried to lie and say you had heard about the 3 Ks. So I'm just going to share with you very quickly about the 3 Ks that I think as consultants, we need to remember at every time, because these 3 Ks are the things that would make us add value in terms of innovation to our clients, okay? So the first K, right, is knowledge of the environment. So as a consultant, to add value, okay, to your clients, you need to understand the environment. As a consultant, listen, in this part of the world, in West Africa, in most parts of Africa, government remains the largest spender. Knowing your environment means that you understand the direction of government spending. Knowing your environment means you understand that if the president of America says, make America great again, it has implication for the barber's shop in Wuse Market. Knowing your environment means that you need to follow the trend of government spending because that is where your clients are staying. Knowing your environment means that you understand that there's a way Abuja behaves between the 25th of a month till the 5th of the next month. Right? If you live in Abuja, you will see that between the 25th of a month to the 5th of the next month, people are generally happy. If somebody crosses your line while you are driving, you don't hear people saying waka at that point in time, right? Because generally people are just in a better mood. And for those of you that are beginning to imagine already, I'm sure you understand why people are in a better mood between the 25th of the month to the 5th of the month. Anybody wants to give me a feedback on that? Anybody? Between the 25th of the month till the 5th of another month, that last week of the month.
My name is Okechukwu, because generally Abuja is a salary city. So people are empowered, they are Malachite, so they are very, very happy.
I like the feedback. You hit it spot on. Okay. So that last week of the month when salary is paid, people are generally happier. You know, the restaurants are fuller. One of the business that I run is a restaurant. And I know that even if we don't sell well from beginning of the month, that last week of the month, people must buy, people will eat. Okay, so and all these things have implications. So I want you to look at this. Then remember, we said a consultant is a problem solver. The second thing we said about the consultant is that a consultant, you know, at times might not have the ready-made answers, or he goes to do research and sends you those answers. Okay, so you need to understand your environment. The first key is knowledge of your environment. Very, very important. You can put it down. Knowledge of your environment. And when I say your environment, I'm not just talking. See, there's a way your street behaves. There's a way Abuja behaves. We just demonstrated it now. There's a way Nigeria behaves. There's a way Africa behaves, right? There's a way the United States behaves. So you need to understand your environment. And you need to understand that certain things affect your environment in certain way. Listen, when Donald Trump used to say, make America great again, did you understand the implication of that statement? That statement means, guys, we are going to take care of America first, because before we take care of any other country. That statement has implications for FDI, foreign direct investments. That statement has implications for all of the funding that goes into all of those foundations and all of those NGOs, right? So that's what I'm talking about. So the first K is knowledge of your environment. Okay. The second K, because you remember what I told you, to be able to do value innovation for your clients, you have to understand these keys, and they are basically just knowledge. So the first one is knowledge of your environment. The second one is knowledge of your business, and by extension, knowledge of your client's business. So let me say this, and I've said this severally, and I'm sure even if nobody on the call has heard this, Banito has heard me say this severally. Your business is not what it seems. Not every restaurant sells food. Not every school sells education. The fact that somebody is hawking bread, or the fact that a bakery bakes bread, does not mean they are selling bread. The buying process is an emotional process, it is not a logical process. Friends, people don't buy from their head, they buy from their heart. And I wish I was there to drive this home. Okay, so your business is not what it seems like. There's something called the 5 whys. And I would love to engage somebody, and I hope I still have a little time, Banito. Do I still have a little time?
You can go ahead, sir.
Okay, can I get somebody to engage? Can you give somebody the microphone, somebody that has an existing business? And let's have this discussion so that I just drive home what I'm talking about.
Thank you, sir. I'm Engineer Okoye-Nonso.
Okay.
Construction.
Exactly. So Engineer Nonso is into construction. So listen to our conversation. Engineer Nonso, what is the name of your business? Just asking. That's not one of the questions, but just tell me the name of your business.
Conifer Construction Nigeria Limited.
Conifer Construction Nigeria Limited. So Engineer Nonso is into construction, right?
Yeah.
Okay. So I'm going to ask you 5 questions. So please just respond to me as honestly as possible.
No problem.
Okay. Engineer Nonso, why are you into construction?
I'm into construction to solve people's problem, to solve a need. And what is that need? To make it easier for people to procure.
Hold on, and also you're going too fast. You're going too fast. Let's just take these questions one after the other. So, Engineer Nonso, why are you into construction?
I'm into construction to solve other people's problem, to serve.
Why do you want to solve other people's problems?
Because when they're happy, they give me money.
Why do you want to make them happy? Okay, well, you've answered that question by extension, that when they're happy, they give you money, right?
Yeah.
Why do you want money?
I need money to solve my own needs.
Why do you need to solve your own needs?
I need to solve my own needs because I need to survive.
And why do you need to survive?
I need to survive because I'm a human being. It's my right to survive.
Final question from me. Why is it your right to survive?
Why is my right to survive? It's my right to survive because it is one of the inalienable rights of a human being to survive.
I think it's one of the
inalienable rights.
Okay.
To survive.
Okay. Fine. Thank you so much, engineer. Let's pause. I need another person who's not in construction this time, and we're going to have a conversation around these two discussions. Any other person who's not in construction, any business person who's not in construction.
Okay, we'll have some people online. Maybe they will want to. Please, is there any person online who will want to engage? You could just raise your hand, and if you're online and you will like to, and you're a business person, you could just raise your hand. Any person online? Okay, so we have Rose Pepra. Fortunately, she's in Ghana, so maybe after. All right, Rose,
right?
Rose, please, you can unmute and let's have the discussion.
Okay, Rose, please go ahead. It's refreshing to know that you're in Ghana as well. So Rose, what business do you do in Ghana?
I'm into events management and sales.
Awesome. Event management and what?
And sales.
And sales of what?
Chocolate products.
Interesting. So let's talk about which one gives you more money, the events management or the sales of the chocolate products?
The chocolate products.
Interesting. So let's take that. Let's take that. So your business is chocolate, right?
Yes, please.
So why do you sell chocolate?
I sell chocolate because I've had interesting knowledge about it. And it's easy for me to talk to people about. And I also get profit.
No, that's too many reasons. Just tell me the core reason. Okay, so do I take the last one or do I take
Okay, so let's take the last one, the profit.
I know that you would like the last one, the profit. So you sell chocolate because you make profit from it, right?
Yes, please.
So my second question, why do you want to make profit?
I want to make profit to survive.
Okay. Why do you want to survive? That's my third question.
I want to survive to become relevant in the society I find myself, and it's my right as a human being as well.
Why do you want to become relevant? That's my fourth question. So go ahead, try.
I want to become relevant to live. I want to become relevant so that my future generation will also know that I developed something before leaving this.
Final question. Why do you want to develop something before you leave?
Because I love it.
Okay. So there's a reason why I'm asking you these questions. And for those of you who didn't have the opportunity, okay, to engage in this discussion with me, right? So it's called the 5 whys. Like I told you, your business is not what it seems. And by extension, your client's business is not what it seems. Not every restaurant sells food. Not every school sells education. Trust me. Okay. Not every bakery bakes bread. Okay. So there are underlying factors behind those businesses. And I'll come back to those discussions. So thank you very much for those two discussions. And let me share a personal story with you. So when my family relocated back to Abuja, and we're looking for schools for my children, listen to how conversation between me and principal went. So I went to several of the high-profile schools. And then I mean, some of the schools I went to, this is standard conversation we had. Principal, good afternoon. How are you? Oh, good afternoon, Dr. Phillips, blah, 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 blah. Principal, do you have a school bus? Principal takes me to the school bus. Fantastic, nice, good school bus. Principal, do you have a playground? Principal takes me to the playground. Oh, beautiful playground, very good. Principal, do you have a sick bay? Principal takes me to the sick bay. Nice drugs, good looking nurse. Oh, nice. Principal, are you using Blackboard or are you using digital board? Our principal says, we stopped using Blackboard since 2 years ago. He takes me, he shows me the digital board. I'm like, oh, good. Okay. So I say, principal, is it okay if I peep into an ongoing class? He said, Dr. Philip, sure, I can. So we go to the back of the class and I peep in and I see two Oyibo children in the class. I say, this is the school my children are coming. Did you notice that all of the conversations that I had with principal, none had to do with education? Did you notice? And that's why I'm telling you that your business is not what it is. Not all schools sell education. Let me give you another example. One of the businesses that I run in Abuja is a restaurant. And it took me a long time to understand that the look of food in today, that's the look of food in 2022, is more important than the taste of food. How many of you have maybe friends, maybe some of us are even guilty of snapping food every time we go to a fine dining restaurant? We snap the picture of our food and then we post it on Instagram, we post it on Facebook. That thing has implication. What it means is that the look of food is more important than the taste of food. Okay, so I've run a restaurant in Abuja for the past 16 years. Okay, and I imagined that the taste of food was the most important thing. I got it wrong. Okay, when people go for fine dining, they are not going because of the taste of food. They are going because of the ambience of the environment. Okay, so you have to know your business. That's where I'm going, friends. Listen, there's a bread brand in Lagos that did not understand that and I need to be open to it, and I need to speak the truth. They did not understand that what people were buying their bread not because of the taste of the loaf of bread. They were buying it because of the presentation of the loaf of bread. So you know the wrapper that used to wrap bread, their own was different. It wasn't nylon, it was paper wrap. It had their logo on it. It was a beautiful sight to see. And then the way they used to present their own bread was different. They had good-looking, well-dressed people that would stay in VI and present this bread to you. They were not hawking the bread by the roadside. Okay, listen, if you run a laundry service, the minute you start to pick clothes from your customer's house and you go and wash the clothes and you return it back to your customer, you are no longer running a laundry service. You are running a logistics company. Guys, are you with me, friends? I need feedback. Are you still with me? It's getting very quiet. Are you with me? I just need feedback from anybody. Just a wave of hand or anything, just for me to know that you can still hear me. Awesome. Awesome. Thank you so much, sir. Thank you so much. Okay. So your business is not what it seems like. So I was sharing with you and I was talking about the laundry. Listen, same business. One picks clothes from the customer, goes to wash it and brings it back. If that same business was given 5 million naira or $500, or $10,000, if you assume that you're running a laundry, you know the things you would invest in. You would invest in more washing machine, you would invest in maybe better soap. That same business, if you assume or if you know that you're running a logistics company, what would you invest in? More delivery bikes, maybe a better delivery company to help you, right? Because the customer of the logistics company is different from the customer of the laundry. Are you following me, friends? So your business is not what it seems like at face value. What I charge you to do, because we don't have a lot of time, is go home and ask yourself those 5 whys. At the point where you are asking the 5 whys and you are responding genuinely, you would know why you are in that business. And by extension, you'll be able to pass on this value innovation to your clients. Have I confused you in any way?
No.
Do we have any questions or any feedback at this point in time? None yet. Is it pretty straightforward?
Yes, straightforward. Somebody's asking, who is the person? I would like to know the 5 whys. You know, you just mentioned 5 whys, but we would like to know why this, why this, why this, why this, so that we understand and apply it.
So they are not my whys, they are your whys. Exactly. So they are not my whys. What I'm asking you is, when you get home today, just sit back and ask yourself, what business am I into? Yes, I own a restaurant. Why? I own a restaurant because I want to feed people. Why do you want to feed people? That's the second question. I want to feed people because I want to make money from feeding people. Why do you want to make money from? By the time you get to the 5 whys, you would start to realize the actual reason why you're in business. And like I said, not every restaurant sells food. In Abuja, most of the restaurants in Abuja sell ambience. They don't sell food. Hungry people go to Buka. When people go to posh restaurants, they are going for other reasons than eating the food. Now, I'm sure even if the gentlemen don't agree with me, the ladies on the call will agree with me. They are the ones that snap the picture of food before they eat it. And when you snap the picture of food before you eat it, what it means is that the look of food is more important than the taste of food. So let me share another personal experience as I start to wind down. Okay. So I told you that I'd run a restaurant.
Sorry, someone want to ask another question.
Yes, please go ahead. I'm here for the questions.
Dr. Phillips, my name is Remi Elusoji.
Hi,
You just gave us a scenario now about the laundry person that also has a logistics attached.
No, that's not what I said. He had a laundry.
So because you need to learn to let me know if by having a laundry business and also picking and delivering, I thought I'm even packaging myself better. You understand? Because, okay, I come from an organization that believes in adding value to raw materials. I work in Raw Materials Research and Development Council, okay? So I believe that part of the problem we even have in Nigeria is because we like exporting what we have without adding value, and it gives us little, okay? So if I have a laundry business, or like my laundryman, he comes to my house, pick it, and of course drops it, which is okay for me. Most times I even know when he's coming, which makes me even ready. So I go for that person any day, anytime. Thank you.
And I agree with you. But this is what I'm saying. And I need you to look at this. What is a laundry meant to do? And I need to engage you, ma. So just hold on to the mic and let's have this conversation. What does a laundry do?
Clean my clothes.
Absolutely.
Yes.
So a laundry is meant to clean your clothes. That's the dictionary definition of a laundry. Now listen, so you run a laundry, and because you want to add value, what you've decided to do is to go to your client's place. Instead of your clients bringing their clothes to your shop, you decide to go to your client's place, pick their clothes, go and get it cleaned and return it back to them, right? Yes. You're adding value, isn't it?
Yes.
But I'm putting it to you that the minute you start to do that, you are doing more than just what a laundry should do.
So is it not okay? Because
no, we're not done. We're not done. Okay. We're not with our conversation yet. Okay. We're not done with our conversation yet.
Okay.
Now, is it okay? Absolutely. That is what I'm actually encouraging you to do.
Oh, okay.
It is okay. That is the value innovation we're talking about. However, you need to understand that the minute you start to go to pick those clothes, wash them, and bring them back, you are no longer running an ordinary laundry service.
Okay.
You have added logistics to the things you are running. Because listen, the customer of a laundry, what the person wants is, go and wash my clothes. I want Gator on my clothes. The customer of a logistics company, what the person wants is, if Madam Remy tells me that my clothes are going to come by 7:30 on a Monday morning, those clothes had better be there by 7:29 because they are the suits that I want to wear to work. Do you understand where my analogy is coming from?
Yes, yes, yes.
So the minute you start to do things outside the core functionality of your business, because picking clothes, picking clothes from your customers and going to wash it and bringing it back is not a core functionality of a laundry. Do you understand what I'm saying? Yes. So the minute you start to pick clothes, understand that you are no longer a laundry. You are now a logistics company, and you must act like a logistics company.
Okay.
Did you get that? So that's why I'm telling you, your business is not what it seems like. I hope I have time to share with you on the bakery. You know, somebody bakes bread and sells in VI. And I was able to tell the person, you are not selling bread. What you're selling is a feel-good phenomena, because people buy your bread because it makes them feel good. Your bread is just packaged differently. It's not the best tasting bread, but people just like because it comes in a paper pack, different from the nylon pack that we normally see. People like it because the people that are selling your bread, they look the part. Do you understand? So your business is not what it is. And that's why I said the second K is knowledge of your business. You have to understand what your business is. Not every restaurant sells food. Did you hear the story I shared with you about schools? Did you notice that all of the questions that I asked that principal, none had to do with education? Are you with me, Madam Remy? Oh, did I lose her?
No, I noticed that. Yeah.
Exactly. So none had to do with education. So if you were to open a school, and I represent your average customer, if you were to open a school in Abuja, what are the things you're going to focus on?
I'll focus on the physics, the packaging, all those things that you ask for. If you need an extra teacher, go get one.
Precisely. Precisely. Because remember, we're talking a business, and your business is not about you. You see, where we make the errors, friends, is that we assume that your business is about you. Your business is not about you. Your business is about the customer, and in your own case, your business is about your clients.
That's true.
As a matter of fact, in the hierarchy, people don't like to hear this, but I owe it to you to say it. In the hierarchy, you are a distant third. The most important person is the customer.
That's right.
We say it, but we don't act it. We say it, but we don't behave like it. I am guilty as well. The second most important person are your staff.
Okay.
You, the CEO, I'm sorry to disappoint you. You are a distant number 3.
Okay.
Exactly. I know we are not happy to hear that, but that is the reality. You are a distant number 3.
Yeah.
Okay. So the first K I talked about was knowing your environment, and I'm just going to wrap up very quickly. The first K I talked about was knowing your environment. The second K I talked about was knowing your business. Okay. And the third K that I want to talk about, and now I've even lost my my line of thought. There's something else that I wanted to share with you, but I don't think time would need. Okay. So the third thing that I want to talk about is knowing your customer. So we've talked about knowing your environment. The second one is knowing your business. The final one is knowing your customer. Now, let me ask you, you've heard about customers and you've heard about consumers, right? Is there anybody on the call who wants to tell me the difference between a customer and a consumer? Anybody?
Online environment. Please, if you're online and you want to answer, please feel free to raise your hand. Meanwhile, if you have anybody in class, why not?
Who's a customer and who's a consumer? No textbook definitions, no big grammar. Just tell me freestyle.
Still engineer, okay.
Okay, hi, engineer. Okay.
Yeah, I think a consumer is anybody that takes advantage of any service you render. Rendered
What
by
do you mean by take
an
advantage?
industry. That's taking advantage of. What I mean is this, that uses the product or service. That's a consumer. But who is a customer? A customer is that subset.
Hold on. I need us to, because I need everybody to benefit from this. I don't want to be the only one understanding. So you're saying a consumer is the person that uses
Product or service.
Okay, the person that uses the, okay, good. So who is the customer?
Now the customer is now a subset. Those part of the general consumer base that now use your particular products or service, your particular, or that have the potential to use your particular.
So let me understand you. I'm just repeating this so that everybody, so the consumer is the person using, right?
Yes.
So the customer is part of the consumer base.
Yes.
So what differentiates the customer from the consumer? I'm just asking now because I need everybody to understand.
The customer either has an emotional attachment to what you are offering.
What of the consumer? The person using it, doesn't the person have an emotional attachment?
You know, we are talking of statistics here. He might have attachment to other people's, but not your own.
Or he just consumes your own?
No, he just consumes that particular, but not your own.
Okay, I hear you. I like the definition of the first part, the consumer. I'm not sure that I really clearly understood the definition of the customer from you, but I hear you. I hear you. Okay. Do we want somebody else to?
Hello, sir.
Yes, please. And I think now online is raising his hands and needs to speak as well.
Yes, can I go ahead?
Yes, please go ahead, Nnamdi.
I am the
Okay.
by name.
Oh, okay.
To me, my customer is that person who buys from me repeatedly.
Okay. So hold on, sir. So I just need to. So the customer is the person that keeps buying, right?
Yes.
Awesome.
It returns, you know,
Okay.
to my, then the
Yes,
consumer is somebody who once upon a time, maybe one of purchase of my goods, and I don't see him again. For me, he just consumed and left.
Okay. So the customer is a repeat person that comes regularly. The consumer is maybe one of. I hear you.
Thank you.
Let's take a final, the final one from Nnamdi online. Nnamdi, go ahead.
Okay. Good afternoon, everyone.
Good afternoon.
Yes, I would, following from what the last speaker also said, I would say a customer is someone that actually patronizes you again and again. Then a consumer, yes, I believe a consumer just comes and consumes and goes. Then another part I would suggest to it is that a consumer is someone who uses your product. Now, irrespective of...
Oh, Nnamdi, I think we lost you, but I was enjoying. Is it just me? Nnamdi, you're freezing. Is it just me that I can't hear you clearly?
No, we can't hear him either. I think his network is having a challenge.
Oh,
So there's someone in class that has the mic out and wants to say something. Can we permit him to?
Yes, yes. Please go ahead.
Okay, please, Barrister Gabriel.
Yes, my name has already been mentioned, Gabriel. A customer is a relationship. Whereas, can you hear me?
I can hear you. I can hear you, sir.
Yes, a customer is a relationship. and this relationship is established over repeat buying or purchase. A consumer may be someone who uses your, not necessarily your own services, but the kind of services you offer. Whereas a customer, because of repeat purchase, he has established a relationship.
Okay. So let me just thank everybody that has contributed. Very, very valid contributions. Okay. But let me just keep it simple for the purposes of this discussion. Okay. So, and I think you're all correct because you've either described the customer or the consumer very well. So somebody online says a consumer. Okay, Omolara says a consumer is one who buys just to fulfill the need for a product. A customer is one who has an emotional relationship with your brand. Yes, fair enough. But let me just keep it simple, okay? So just listen to me, friends. A customer customs. A customer is the one that customs. So that means he's the one that is paying. It's the one that is buying, right? A consumer consumes. That means it's the one that is consuming. It's the one that is using. So a customer buys and a consumer uses. Now listen. Are there times when the customer is also the consumer? Yes, several times the customer is also the consumer. But are there times where the customer is different from the consumer? Yes. So you need to understand in value innovation, right? For consultants, you need to understand who your customer is and who the consumer is. There is a linkage between them. Let me give you an example. And I need somebody to give me feedback. In a crèche or in a nursery school, who is the customer? Who is the customer in a nursery school or a crèche?
The parent.
Exactly. Okay. Who is the consumer in the nursery school or a crèche?
Child, the word.
The way you treat the child, is it the way you treat the parents?
No.
Exactly. That's exactly where I'm going, right? So do you remember Indomie noodles when Indomie noodles started? Do you remember the kind of advertising and the kind of proposition they were doing? Who remembers? Several years ago, 10, 15, maybe 18 years ago. Every time there was an advert of Indomie, who were they speaking to? Who remembers? Pardon? No, I'm talking about when they started. Who were they speaking to? I didn't hear you clearly. Who were they speaking to when they started? Exactly. So the rule of thumb is simple. In the short run, focus on the customers. Why? They are the ones that make your payday possible. Very, very simple logic. The Igbo men in Wuse market, they understand this thing much more than we speaking a lot of English do. Okay. So in the short run, focus on your customers. In the long run, focus on your consumers. Why do you focus on the consumers in the long run, friends? Somebody said it before. Who remembers? Who said repeat purchase? Now it's getting very.
Someone is raising his hand to answer.
Okay, please raise your hand and answer. Go ahead.
Hello, Dr. Philip. Thank you very much. Mohammed is my name.
Okay, hi, Mohammed.
Yeah, you need to keep the consumer interested because at the end of the day, he's the one that will push the customer to buy more.
Absolutely. Okay, so that's one reason. Many times the consumers, well, in the case of the crèche, the consumers push the customer to buy more. Yes. So I had a friend whose son on a Saturday morning would dress up in his school uniform and go and knock on the door of his parents that he wants to go to school. You know, that's how much he enjoyed the school. He didn't know the difference between weekend and weekday. So yes, the consumers several times push the customers to buy more. What's the second reason why you take care of your consumers in the long run? Or by extension, let me just make it very fast. So by extension, the consumers make your payday possible. Okay, the consumers are important in the long run because you can actually project how much money you would make, okay, by understanding your consumer. Okay, and there are different models, and I don't want to go into theories and principles. There are different models to understand this, right? So always remember that rule of thumb in value innovation as consultants. In the short run, focus on the customer. In the long run, focus on the consumer. Okay, it's unfortunate that I've spent more than I planned to Jesus Christ, this is a lot of time I've spent, almost an hour. Let me just round up here so that we just finish this. And I'll just round up by saying this. There, as in value innovation as consultants, there's need for you to know, in the lingo that I come from, they call it, there's need for you to know what's up. That means there's need for you to know what is happening around you. So listen, I'm a student of economics, and we're told in economics early days that there's something called, what's it called in economics? All things being equal. I can't remember now. What's it called in economics? That phrase, all things being equal. Ceteris paribus. You remember that phrase, ceteris paribus, in economics? Listen, this is 2022. The world has realized that ceteris is no longer paribus, right? Those things we used to hear, qui sera, sera. Qui sera is not sera, it's a lie. Qui sera is never ever sera. Okay, so there's a need for you to study what is going on. The customer of this century, the customer of this decade, the customer of this season is different from all the customers that we've ever had. One of the greatest, and this is my field, this is what I went to school for 6 years to study my PhD, consumer behavior. One of the greatest things that we found out about today's customers is that they don't even know what they want. In my language, they say the customers have scoring. And so there's so much going on around you. Friends, listen, today, when I was growing up, the way music was done was that Sonny Ade would sing music. They would record it inside LP. You know, LP, those big round things. I hope there are people like me on the call who went through LP. And then when he records it inside LP, they will now sell the LP, or they will sell cassettes, or they will sell cartridge. Okay. And if some people went to go and dub that thing before them, they used to call it piracy. Listen, the music model has changed. So these days you release music, and on the day you release music, you are giving it out free of charge to the whole world. You are no longer selling cassette or selling CD. So it's the same thing with business. Did you realize that in Nigeria today, if your music doesn't have wish, it won't sell. Okay, so your business is not about you. I want you to always understand that. Okay, so in my final words to you, I'll close with this phrase: the excitement of yesterday is today's mediocrity. The things that made us overly excited a few years ago are basic things today. I opened my Yahoo mailbox in the year 2001. It took us 4 hours to open my Yahoo mailbox. We will click on the thing, and we're doing it at night because pressure was less at night. You know, the traffic was less. We'll click on the thing, it will be turning on your own, turning on your own, turning on. We will go, drink Coke, come back. We'll have opened on that page. We'll be very happy. Click on it again. Listen, this is just 20 years later. Within 2 minutes, you can open a new Yahoo mailbox or Gmail or whatever. Okay, so the excitement of yesterday is today's mediocrity. So you need to understand that times are changing very fast. And as consultants, if what we call value innovation today, I promise you, won't be value innovation 2 months from now. The things that excited us a few years ago is basic today. Just 10 years ago, if you were driving past a hotel and you saw the hotel with a big signage, 24 hours power available, Wi-Fi available, that was a massive hotel. That was a hotel you would salute and say, that's a good hotel. 10 years later, if a hotel brings out a big signboard and what they have on the signboard is 24 hours power supply, Wi-Fi available, that hotel will have rats. You know why? If in 2022, what you are celebrating about a hotel is 24-hour power service and Wi-Fi, then your hotel is not what it is. Okay, so I leave with my final words. Remember that there's a need to keep reinventing to be able to create value innovation for your clients. Thank you very much for having me. I wish I was there in person, and I'll just take 1 or 2 questions before I sign out. And if there's no questions, I'll be happy to sign out immediately. Thank you.
Thank you so much, sir. Everyone is giving you a round of applause. Thank you so much. So we'll take just 2 questions, if any, and then we'll allow you to go and have your rest. So I have 1 question here.
Sir, you told us that, like you gave an illustration with the laundryman that delivers, that picks, cleans, and delivers on time.
Yeah.
So I'm now wondering, because as you were talking, I was trying to appreciate it. So you are now saying, in effect, that we first of all have to determine what the people are actually buying, so as to know where to focus our efforts. I guess that's what you are saying.
You know why I'm saying that? Who is the most important person? I'm throwing it back to you now. Who is the most important person?
The customer.
Exactly. So who determines everything?
The customer.
Exactly. So, and if you don't realize that the customer determines everything, listen, there are ways that customers speak to you. There are ways that your clients will speak to you. You will just stop getting briefs from them. You will just stop seeing them. Listen, you remember that restaurant I told you I ran some time back?
Yeah.
There was a time nobody asked me. It started off as a cafe, you know, just a container that we did a facade in front. And we were making so much money. And I decided that, no, this cafe is too small. Let's go and take an in-house proper restaurant. Let's put air conditioning. Let's allow people use fork and knife to eat. Listen, I paid for a cafe, I was paying 500,000 naira rent. When we moved to a proper restaurant, I was paying 4.5 million naira rent a year. Listen, the customers did not sit down inside our restaurants. The customers will come, they will still sit down in the koro. And I don't know how to describe koro. For those of you that understand koro, God bless you. You know, they will still sit down. Oh, you understand koro? Okay. they will still sit down by the side. What were the customers saying? They were giving me feedback. Okay, you have wasted your money because you did not consult us before you made this change. So that's what happens to us a lot of times. We think that we are the most important people in our business. So we take these decisions on behalf of the customer. It is wrong. You cannot take decisions on behalf of your clients, right? Because your customer is the most important person. Does that answer your question?
Yes. Thank you, sir.
Thank you. Okay.
Right,
So we'll take one more.
We'd just like to take one more from online, and that will be all. Please, do we have any question from the online community? Please, any question from the online community, you could just raise your hand and then we'll proceed. Any question from the online community?
I think they're very shy, so they've asked me to take it down.
Okay. So do we have any other question from the in-house? Any question from in-house? Okay.
Thank you very much, friends.
Sorry, guys, still one question, sir.
Okay.
Good afternoon, everybody. My name is Chisom. Please, sir, I want you also to, you didn't tell us the third K. You just told us, you did. Oh. Okay.
So the first one is knowledge of your environment. The first one is knowledge of your environment. The second one is knowledge of your customer. And the last one I mentioned is knowledge of your business. Okay. So I'm sharing my social media handles so that if you have any additional questions, we can take it on those platforms. All right. So thank you very much for having me. And if there are questions, please shoot it at me. You can reach me through Banito as well. Thank you very much and enjoy the rest of the session.
Oh, thank you, Doc. Before you sign off, we really want to appreciate you for your time. We believe it's been a very busy time for you, but you still made out time to come and impact in us. And as a representative of this class, the 2022 December class, we really want to appreciate you, and we say that where you are is just the beginning of greater and mightier things in your career and in your life. So thank you and remain blessed.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much. Thank you.
The governor has spoken. That's the 2022 December batch governor that just spoke to you. Thank you so much. All right. So that's from Dr. Larry Phillips. I believe we would have learned something from that section. Okay. I said something. I said after we had about Dr. Larry's class, he doesn't use slides. It's just discussion. So after about I think myself and Ikena were in that class together. Yes, we're in that class together. When he finished, and then I went home. First of all, I started asking the 5 whys. And then we started reading the Blue Ocean Strategy. In fact, before we could reach chapter 2 of Blue Ocean Strategy, we changed a whole lot of things. We discovered that we were focusing on, you could have people that are not your customers and you're spending all your life trying to satisfy them. You spend money, you spend energy, you spend everything. Okay, at the end of the day, they will tell you you're really trying. God will reward you. Okay, but when we started making it the right way, repositioning the right way, it was easier for people it was easier for the customers to come. And it was easier for those who were not customers to start going gradually. All right. So these things he has taught that look simple, if you take time and go through them, they are like strong strategic repositioning tools. Okay, strong strategic repositioning tools. So once again, I want to say thank you to Dr. Larry. Now, we are gradually rounding up for today. We take some few minutes to go back to the consulting business. Some things from there. You heard some things earlier today. So we're going to have more. Please, can we welcome back to stage Dr. Bassi? It's not a lecture. He's just going to sit down and we'll ask him questions. Please, can we welcome SME Doctor? Please, let's have him also. SME Doctor, please come on. Please, sir, sit down, feel free, sit down. Let me have the other mics. Yes, right here. Okay, please, someone should hold the mic for questions. So we just have 20 minutes. If there are questions, you need to ask them on consulting, whether how to start, how to run. Now, it's not just only consulting. Both of them run both product and service consulting. So any question you, no, don't give me mic. It's for sharing. Okay. Please, Chinedu, can you help with the mic? Okay, so this is how we are going to do it. Your question shouldn't be more than 1 minute.
Okay, sir.
Okay, your question should be straight to the point. Now, your question should be something like, I want to go into educational consulting. If you want to ask question on compliance, what documents do I need? What regulatory requirements do I need? Okay, I'm already running consulting, management consulting, maybe as a process consultant, but I don't get to have retention for customers. I keep having customers come, but they don't stay. So what do I need to do and all of that? So straight to the point, and then they will give us feedback. And then we are, sorry? No, I didn't ask any question. No. I didn't. I just gave example. Okay, so let's have Honorable Njida.
Okay, thank you very much, sir. My question is not about consulting. It's about an entrepreneurship business or a production business. Though you gave me 1 minute, I'm sorry, I may go slightly above 1 minute. Sorry, please. In 2003 to 2004, I worked with Raw Material Research and Development Council, sorry. I was at the zonal office in Bauchi. There was this machine, you know, all we learned then is adding value to our raw materials to make products so that you sell in the market. So we imported a machine, myself and my colleague. A friend of mine was the center manager, Technology Business Incubation Center. He gave us free space with electricity, with everything. A colleague of mine from Yola was giving money to buy us maybe 3 trailer loads of groundnuts. We produce one of the finest oil then. But do you know one thing? All this thing went into trend because the people that are supposed to buy, we thought we bought something in Bauchi. They will rather travel to Kano to go and buy adulterated vegetable oil that is even smelling and everything and be selling. We found it difficult to even finish production and selling these things. So we ran into trend. Why I'm asking this question is that I have passion for, I'm a Fulani man. I have land, I have some livestock, and I want to go into at least milk production and processing when I retire. I will just take few of the animals, maybe 100, 200, not to make it big, just for me to get what will pay my salary and pay the salaries of another 4 or 5 people. But how do you break into market? The just past provost of FC Yola is having something similar in Yola now. In fact, he even went to an extent of maybe delivering, you register and say, I need maybe 3 times a week. I need pasteurized milk, maybe 4 times a week, then pay at the end of the month. When the month comes to an end, for him to get his money is also another problem. So please, I want you to guide me into that area. I'm sorry, it's personal. Thank you.
All right, so question number 1 is, you've heard the case study. So question number 1 is, how do he break into the market? And question number 2 is, how does he have his return on investment? So thank you so much. Let's go with you, sir.
Okay, thank you so much. Yesterday I shared something similar, but not detailed. It's always a problem, and that's why, though SME doctor know better, that is how the small businesses actually are dying. My PhD thesis topic is impact of organizational culture and leadership, leadership on business sustainability of small businesses. And this is what we find out to be. Small businesses, you are competing with big businesses, or you are competing with people that are into the businesses that are not following the right process as you encounter. Before you do business, actually you have to define who are your customers. Then 2, you have also and define what type of packaging are you going to do that will appeal to your customers. He just told us something. The difference between a customer and a consumer. A consumer can be one of, you just want to feed and move, but no loyalty, where a customer is a loyalty. And then most importantly, which I said it yesterday, is what is your product differentiation? But for you to take your market outside there's what we call market research. You may think that's what they want in Bauchi, because that is what you desire doing, but your market might not be in Bauchi. You may also think that what you are doing is just the best. It's actually best to you first. What kind of engagement have you get involved? I believe if this guy, Benito, will give us an extra experience of how IIPM got acceptability, there's at some time he had for registrations. It's the same style. You need to engage people first, and you need people to be aware of your product. The value proposition that Doctor just told us about is very key. And I said it, you can't be an entrepreneur without the value that you are giving people. But you must know your environment, the people you are dealing with. Are they after value in terms of quality, or they are after quantity? Who actually need your product? You need to define and answer those questions, then you'll be able to penetrate. And 2, sir, you can be doing something fantastic. Are you hearing me? There are other people that are already in the market. How do you partner with them to get your market, to get your product out there? You must not be involved in the market. But do you know why? Because we create business, we call it the briefcase company business. The owner starts with you and ends with you. So you are the producer, you are the marketer, you are everything. there's no way that product can go out. You produce, but before you produce, create a kind of a value chain in terms of who will market it for me, people that are already known, give them that work. Subsidize it. As you are producing, you are handing over to you. You can be amazed where they will take your product. It will be far, far better. God bless you.
Yes. Please, in 1 minute.
Okay. Thank you for that. You know, when I was talking about understanding your business, your environment, and your customers, Dr. Bassi said it today. Dr. Larry also said it again. The northern environment is very different from this environment. And I'll give you like 2 examples. They consume more of pop cola more in the north than Coca-Cola because of just slight difference in price and high difference in taste. One is sweeter than the other. Supreme noodles is consumed more in the north than here. So there is a particular culture associated with a particular place. I'm using the north because that's where I'm a bit conversant with. If you go to the west, it's the same thing. So you have to understand that first before you understand strategy to use, your value proposition, and your vis-a-vis your target audience. You don't need everybody to patronize you. You only need few loyal customers that will keep coming. And how do you do that? One of them we discussed today, which is good customer service, good customer relationship, right? Then also understand what they need. You know, it's not just that you, like Dr. Larry said, what you think you want. Understand what the market need. Then instead of you fighting competition head on, try to collaborate. When you collaborate, there is tendency of you reducing that competition. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. Now, I just remember that Honorable Njida was not available in the business modeling class of yesterday. You came when the presentation was almost on. Okay. So please, I will recommend you go to that study material, take your time, review it, and also, in fact, all the slides, and in case you didn't get all clarity, feel free to reach out anytime. You can reach out personally, you can reach out corporately. We are always available. Okay, but let me just summarize what they've said. Knowledge of your product. He mentioned product differentiation. What is unique about your product? We are no longer in an era of competition. We are now in an era of collaboration. So me, myself, and I must break into, no, it doesn't work that way. And that's why in IPM, we call you partners. Because no matter what business you're doing, we want to partner with you. Okay, and we want you to partner with us also. Then he mentioned knowledge of the environment. The only reason why that business failed was the environment. And when we say the environment, is principally the people inside. So they might not have had understanding of what quality is. So to you, you have quality. You are the one that know you have quality. But they don't know that you have quality. So going back to what he said, reiterating what Dr. Larry said, it's not about what you want. It's about what the customers want, right? All right, thank you so much. There is a question online. I would like us to be much more faster. How do we handle consulting for brands or services that are in competition? I think we've already answered that. So collaborate. Omolara, I think that is just straightforward. Find ways to collaborate. Okay. And let me say quickly that Dr. Bassi was saying, if we had the time to tell the story of how we started. Yes, it was a tough time when we started. Okay, very tough time. But one of the things that made us come to the limelight was collaboration. It made it very, very easy. As soon as we got our accreditations, locally and internationally, our accreditors were the ones promoting us. So if you wanted to go to CIMC to do a program in US, they will ask you to come to Nigeria. We have a country partner. So go and do it there. Okay. There are some programs you want to go and do in CMD. Now they said, no, we have IPM. Go and do it there. When we partnered with people like SHRM, it made it easy. They published it on their website. They published it everywhere. When we partnered with PECB, the same thing. And some of them were quite costly, yes, but some of them were not as costly as we expect. So search through the internet, search through opportunities of networking like this. Who can you collaborate with? We are currently having a finalization process of an MOU with University of Abuja. You see that mini masters you're having? By God's grace, by the time you're coming back next year, it will be a full MBA program by the University of Abuja. So it's all process in place. Now, the reason why that MOU has not been fully signed is because they said the VC, somebody died and he needed to travel and he's not back. Okay, but every other thing is just in place. So find the right people to collaborate with. How did we break into Lagos market? We collaborated with Unilag. So Unilag conducts our program in Lagos. If you want to do IPM program in Lagos, you go to Unilag. So it gives it the credibility. It gives it the trust. Now, for public service, we are collaborating with the head of civil service of the Federation. So you cannot say no if we come to you. All right, so find the right collaborators. They will push your business. They will give you the facelift that you need. All right, question? Okay, so let's have Ayorinde.
Sir, my question is, I run an immigration consultant, like you're saying. Let me say travel consultancy and graduate study advisor. And, to stand firm in the field of consultancy, you need to be accredited or get some certification. So like the boss already said, what are the qualified certification that somebody that wants to go into full consultancy business need to get, apart from the normal university certificate and other thing?
Okay, they say I should answer this one. Okay, so this one you have here now is 1. So you can clap for yourself for taking that great step. So this is 1. Now, you are into, is it transport consulting? Travels. Okay, so travel. So you can register with IATA. Okay, you can also go to Ministry of Labor, Ministry of Transport. Okay, Ministry. Okay. Okay, travels. I'm still going back to transport. Okay, travels. So you could go to Ministry of Foreign Affairs. There is a department there responsible for travels. You could decide to partner with them. Okay.
Tourism and there's Nigerian Institute of Tourism and another wherever. All those things are under them. You can also register. And also they have certification because they have a very strong association that you need to belong, and they share businesses. But most importantly, if you are IATA certified, you are very much okay to get business. But most importantly, and to you also, sir, in all businesses, be visible. How do I know about IIPM? I don't know who brought my email for them. During the COVID, every day I'll get email. I was wondering who put my email in that place during that COVID. And that's how I now look on that. And I put a call to them. And I keep following them from one office or the other until I located when you. Now, visibility is key to your business. For consultants, for example, like the person that acts online, you have too much competition. Actually, there's no competition in consultants because Larry told us, and I told you, that it's knowledge base, it's skill that set you aside. So what do? In that your line, start doing podcasts, start doing newsletters, start doing something that line and be dashing them out. Be visible. So has it been you have a website and you are putting your product and describing the importance of that product? The people that will be consuming will not be in Bauchi, they might be in Lagos.
and they'll be buying it. In fact, you might have much more. So be visible, let your business be seen. Even before you get professionalized, all those stuffs, you can create a customer base.
All right, thank you so much. Thank you so much. I'm sure you've gotten some, yeah. And then customarily, by default, there are certain obligations you're meant to fulfill. And it's for everyone. Statutory obligations, your FIRS, your TAS, your PENCOM, your ITF, NSITF, CAC, of course, CAC first before others, BPP, which no, he's on his travels. Okay, so if you're into training or management consulting, then CMD. Okay, if you're into IT, you go to NITDA. If you're into HR recruitment and all of that, for HRM, for HR recruitment specifically, you go to Ministry of Labor. They will give you a recruitment license, labor recruitment license. But for your normal HRM practice, you go to CIPM. For personal practice, you go to CIPM, right? If you're into building, you go to Koren, Kobo, all of them. But Koren most often. Then you also have, for those of them to architecture, you have Sukon. All right, so there are quite a number of them, okay? If you're into NGO, you also have compliance agencies you need to meet up with. First of all, I think you need to go to Ministry of Women, Humanitarian, and something, okay? Then national, is it national budget plan, national budget, national plan, something like that. Yes. Budget and national planning, BNP. Okay, so national planning, okay. So you also go there and get your clarifications. And you could also partner with PLAC. You could partner with PLAC. PLAC, P-L-A-C. Yeah, they are there in Asokoro. Yeah, so that's for NGOs. Okay, all right. We'll take one more question and then we'll go for lunch. Question? Okay, please, can we get? Yeah.
Okay. Is it going to be same with management, business management?
Business management. There are two
business
different
management.
Business management is a little different from business consulting. So which one do you want to talk about? Is it consulting or the management?
Management.
Management consulting.
Yes, management consulting.
So if you want to go into management consulting, apart from the statutory requirement of FRS, ITF, and this, then you have IPM. But more importantly, if it is accreditation, you go through CMD. CMD will take you through the process, but the council that gives you the accreditation is called the Nigerian Council for Management Development, just like NUC. So in the management development industry, our own NUC is NCMD. If they don't accredit you, whatever thing you do is considered as waste of time and resource. Not just in Nigeria, globally. Just the way your certificate is invalid without NUC accreditation, any certificate you get in Nigeria as management certification and is not accredited by NCMD is just like certificate of participation, certificate of attendance, certificate of completion, and much more, certificate of work to be done later. All right. Thank you so much. And on this, okay.
Before we round up, just to, you don't have to have an office to run consultancy. That have been established, right? You don't have to have a website to run consultancy. Your social media handle, they are enough. Your social media handle, they are enough. And you can do this as we step out. So you just hashtag SME Doctor on any social media or HR on any social media. Just hashtag it on any social media. It brings you to my page. Then when you come to the page, you get engaged with either HR issues, business development issues, and so on and so forth. And when people read, then they come. I have about 11 messages now on my inbox just within 48 hours. And I just iris. So maybe at the end you seal 2 businesses out of 11. That's good, right? So what you're trying to say is that make use of your social media to be visible. Be visible. And like I said, have a keyword that I can always use to remember that so person does this within your industry. There's one of my friends, celebrity, is a police officer, celebrity police. That's what it's called, because he's a police and also a celebrity kind of. So let's make use of our social media handles. It's very powerful, and using the right hashtag as well gets you to the right audience. There are certain things that I write. When I write, I'll put some hashtags. It means it's those people I'm targeting: banking, CEOs, MDs. Thank you so much.
Sorry, I forgot something, and I need to tell you. For example, you are working now, right? You want to be consultant. If you are not good at your work now, I'll tell you the truth. Don't bother entering consulting. If you are not good now in what you are doing, don't dare resign to come into consulting. Because if there's a problem where you are now, you cannot solve, you cannot come out and say you'll be a problem solver to others. God bless you.
Thank you so much. All right. Please, we can make those hands bigger for them. Thank you so much. We will go and have walking lunch. So you go take your lunch and come inside and then have your meeting. So between 3 and 3:35, or 3 and 3:40, in the next 40 minutes, please just have a walking lunch. Yes, you have your alumni meeting. Presido. Okay, please, those online too, you're free to also pay attention for the meeting. Okay, please, in the morning, we made an announcement that everybody should endeavor to take their receipt. So please, if you've not gotten your receipt, ensure to get your receipt because we need your receipt before we issue you your certificate. The receipt for the payment you made. No, just go, they will convert that payment to a receipt. Oh, yes. Okay. I would have said
Well done, everybody. Please, would like the deputy class governor and the class PRO to come up. While we are launching, while we are winding our mouths, we'll listen, and if you want to talk, then you can contribute. I want to officially open the meeting for class 2022. So please, you can come over here. Please, deputy class governor, please, wherever you are, your attention is highly needed. So I want to start by appreciating once more all of us that's given us this opportunity to, and based on what we've been taught, we are now, this is a business, payment business. And you are classmates, you are now our consumer, our customers. Yes, and if we must succeed in this, we must understand why you are here and what you intend to achieve. So to help us to design strategies, policies that will make the class a success. So as you are winding your mouth, I'd like everybody, not everybody contribute. If somebody has contributed what you want to contribute, then you don't need to talk. So that's the first thing we'll do. Thank you. You know I can't stand without you people. So please, thank you. All right. So I think I'll start from that way. Why are you here? What do you want to get out of what you are doing going forward? Please, Mike, please. Mike. All right, there's a mic here. Well, we know. All right. Please. There, yeah, please, quickly. Yeah. Yeah, thank you. Please take notes. Why we're here.
All existing protocol duly observed. My name's Chris Izeko. I came here to learn more. I think the president precisely speaking, Dr. Banito Eborochi is speaking. He said, no matter what you think you know, empty yourself outside and come inside to feel yourself. I came here to learn. I assume why I came, I knew nothing. Everything that they were saying was sinking. And above more, I came here for connectivity, to navigate.
In summary, two things: knowledge and connection. That's what he's here for. Any other person that has different purpose, please, we need to get the purposes that we put. It will make it faster.
Okay. Another purpose apart from what he said, knowledge and network, is collaboration. You need to collaborate among ourselves.
All right. So apart from networking, you know, you can network and yet you don't collaborate. Yes. So we have three things: knowledge acquisition, networking, and collaboration. Any other thing? Yes, thank you. Please, quickly.
if I actually understand the question from another perspective, is that what was our expectation going forward after this particular class?
Yeah.
So why other points are very, very valid and important, I also want to add that we need remedial classes to actually resuscitate our knowledge and orientation.
So
and
knowledge.
Proper exposition beyond Nigeria international.
Exposure, beautiful. So we have 4 things: knowledge acquisition, networking, collaboration, and exposure. 4 things. Any other thing? Other than these 4 things, please contribute. Any other thing? Any other thing? Going? Oh, beautiful. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Actually, as part of what I came here for is to know how to make money from whatever knowledge I have had over the years.
So we are talking of knowledge application, which is wisdom. Let's use the word wisdom. Knowledge, networking, collaboration, exposure, wisdom. Acquire wisdom. 5 things. Any other thing? Experience, wisdom. Yes, so, all right. In the absence of any other points, this is what we're going to do very quickly. Online, please, any hands? Yes, I think Joyce has something to say. No, online. Joyce, you can speak.
Okay. I agree with every other person, but also I came because I need a body to affiliate with. I want somebody whose experience could be my leverage. And I think I'm satisfied. Thank you very much.
All right, affiliation. All right. Any other person online? Thank you, Rejoice. Any other person online? All right.
I had a personal goal, and a number of people have asked me, why are you here? I've gone well past 60. I'm not looking for employment. In my second-hand value, I want to impact the younger generation because I'm meeting up as a coach and a mentor. And I want to break limitations. Now, when I talk across disciplines, and that's what gives me strength. I think a lot of people have limited themselves by, putting themselves in cocoons. And knowledge is boundless right now. And there is a need for us to get people who really want to be rounded professionals, to have cross-disciplinary knowledge and experience and exposure.
Interaction, all right.
And so I came in here so that I can be more enriched.
Right.
I'm already a chartered member of several professional bodies.
Yeah.
But I think that, there is no end to learning.
Yeah.
And the older you get and the more you learn, the stronger you become, the more authoritative you are. And I think I want to fulfill that personal goal.
All right. So we are still talking about knowledge, but we are now talking of multidisciplinary knowledge, not just
Thank you. It's nothing different, but basically I want to be integrated into the team of professionals. I want to be integrated to the teams of professionals.
As knowledge have no boundary, I want to be a professional of the professionals. And I think we started with
All right, integration. So what do we have? We have knowledge. That's wisdom. Yeah. Yeah. Integration. All right, this is what we are going to do now, because whatever we have seen what we have. We need to own whatever. This is not the governance. I contributed. Is trying to galvanize your energy. So this is what we are going to do. We'll take them one by one. Anyone we call, if that is one of your reasons, you understand where I'm going to, we'll vote for it. Thank you. So we talk of knowledge. You are here for knowledge acquisition. Knowledge. Just raise your hand. PRO, please count. Yes, yes, yes. We're almost through. Count. Those online, you can also vote, please. One hand is up online.
We have 18.
18.
Yes.
19. All right, 19. Count. Knowledge 19. The next one. He is counting.
Okay, let's do a count again.
All right, please quickly, we don't have time. Knowledge. Raise your hand, please. The principal reason why you're here is knowledge. Raise your hand. (22) Knowledge. Then what's the next one? Collaboration. You are here because you are looking for people to collaborate with. Count, please. Just sharp, sharp. (24).
24.
Please, collaboration 24. What's the next one? Exposure. You are here because you want exposure. You feel you don't have the necessary exposure that this institute and the interactions you have will help you to get that exposure. Raise your hand. Exposure, exposure, exposure. Raise your hand. How many people? Yes, 12. All right, what's the next one, please, quickly? Wisdom, that is application of knowledge. Application of knowledge. You are here for application of knowledge. +3 online. 20. What's the next one? Affiliation. You are here because you want somebody's reputation to rub off on you. Or let me put it this way. You are here for the certificate. Let's put it that way. Sharp, sharp. So we understand what you are saying. Yeah. Yeah. Raise your hand now. If you are here for it, raise your hand. Just one hand. How many? Fifteen. What's the last one? Impartation. You are here to impart on others. You are here to impart, sir. Sir. You are here to impart on others. I need it. I need to know. Count, please. . Just to impact on others. No, just to impact on others. Yes.
15.
15, all right. Now we'll get to it. Thank you. Can I have the... integration. We already have collaboration. It's there now. It's there. All right. Let me just... All right. You know why we're doing this? We need to know why we're here so that we can later now discuss on strategies to help ourselves move the institute forward and move our lives forward. So from what I have here, the most important thing why we are here is collaboration. I'm looking at I'm waiting by the votes. Collaboration is number 1 reason. Number 2 reason is knowledge acquisition. Number 3 reason is knowledge application. Then we have affiliation, impartation has a tie. Exposure is number 5 or number 6. So what it's trying to tell us is very simple. Majority of us are here to connect. Now, how do we connect? Some of you have noticed a list that was going around. We want to create a WhatsApp group where we can be able to, number 1, have our contacts, not interact with one another. So, and we are going to create the WhatsApp group today. Everybody whose number is here will be on that group. So if your number is not here, please write. Then those online, you can go to the WhatsApp group that you already belong to and write so that we can transfer you to the class WhatsApp group. Then secondly, and very important, remember that we have a project that we have been given to do. Our first project, who can remind me? What's our first project? Training. Yes, funding of training to the tune of how much? 500,000. So please, I want 3 people to tell us how we're going to raise it. Are we going to levy? 1. Are we going to donate? 2. Or are we going to have a benchmark below which you cannot contribute? Please, quickly, our time is up. Just 1 minute. So levy. So levy. All right, so we are talking of, she said levy, and she said a minimum but no maximum. All right, levy. How many of us, by levy we mean know the number, divide it. So if you want levy, please raise your hand. That's divide equally and we go. Nobody. If you want a minimum benchmark, a minimum amount, then you can go higher than that. Raise your hand. Have I lost my audience? Have I lost my audience? Please, sorry, let me repeat again. 2 options are before us. Levy, we share the amount, the 500,000 equally to everybody. Or we have a minimum amount, each person must contribute. Then some other people can now pay higher than that. So the people for levy, please raise your hand. Nobody? People for minimum contribution. Minimum contribution, please raise the hand. Count, please. Count. People online, you can vote. So how many?
We have 10. 9 offline, 1 online.
Oh, 10 people voted. So by unanimous decision, because nobody voted for levy. So by unanimous decision, we are saying that we are going to have a minimum amount. Now, I want us to understand one thing. I love this project because it will give us an opportunity to test our collaboration. If you understand, it's giving us an opportunity to put it to test immediately. Yes. So please, like I said, we're going to create the WhatsApp group. Then when everybody comes in within 2 or 3 days, then in the WhatsApp group, we can now decide on how much is the minimum. Any contribution before we call it a day?
I believe we can get how many we are from the secretary. Yes. And now that we are here face to face, so this is the minimum. Or, you just say people give as you want. Or let's get it. If it's about deciding from how many we are, the information is available. So
I think, Secretary, please, how many are we in the class? Please, how many are we in the class? All right. Okay. Just a class, 40. 49, both online and in class. Online. All right. Secretary said we should work with a rough estimate of 50. Now, I'm suggesting, can we say 7,000? Can we say that? Minimum. Contribute, please. Can we say minimum of 7,000? But if you have more, you can give, but minimum. Can we say that? No, let's talk.
Since it's a project fee, I think 10,000 per head per physical is 500,000. Then if you can donate higher, then we have excess we can keep for further use.
Thank you. So what are you saying? Yeah. All right. Yes. So please, we have 5,000 minimum contribution. We have 7,000 minimum contribution. Those that want 7,000 minimum contribution, please raise your hand. Nobody. I said those that want 7,000 minimum. All right, 5,000 minimum. All right, the 5,000 have it. Yeah, so meaning that this is what it means. Please, one house, please.
Sorry, please, can I say something?
All right, somebody has
I'm not
something
sure.
to say.
Sorry, I'm not sure how much that is in cedis or in dollars. So if you can convert for us.
All right, thank you. That's converting to dollar. Do we use official rate or official rate? Which is 5,000 is about, is it $12? Oh, no, you don't. It's about $12. So for our international class members, $12. So $12 just minimum. You can give more than that. So what we are agreeing is 5,000 naira minimum and $12 minimum. But the implication, because with the population that we are given, at 5,000 is 250,000, meaning that some people will have to show the zeal they have to give more for us to get our 500,000. And I'm trusting that we are able. Are we able? Thank you. I'm true.
Thank you very much for your part. The new class has started working already. So we're going to be expecting something new with this batch. A round of applause for all of you and your determinations. I will wish you well in your endeavor to make IIPM part of your family business. All right, the next part we're going to be going over to is proposal. Sorry, let me get. All right, so the next part is also very, very interesting and important for us. Have you been developing proposals? How have you been doing that? How effective is proper proposal development in your business, in your consulting, anything you endeavor to do? So right now, Dr. Eburuche Banito, the Executive Director of IIPM, will be taking us through this session. Please pay more than enough attention. We also implore those who are online to continue to pay the usual attention as we go over this part. Dr. Banito, you have our undivided attention.
All right, thank you so much. In about 1 hour 30 minutes, we'll be done with this whole program. Next 30 minutes to 45 minutes, we will conclude on what we started yesterday. So yesterday we did business modeling. So today we want to make a presentation on those ideas we've had. So what should be the component of our proposals when we want to make that proposal, whether written or oral? How do we go about it? So that's what I'm going to say. Yes. In the next, I will take about 20 minutes to make that background. And then the next 15 minutes, we'll create our proposals. In the next 10, 15 minutes, we'll do the presentations. And afterwards, we'll have our sit-out gala night. Hope you came with your wine. Because no gala, no certificate. Okay. So in about 1 hour 30 minutes, that's one time. That's to say by 5:30, we should be out of this place. So please, let's make the most of this last minute. If there are contacts, someone's microphone is on online. Please, Omolara Olomoda, can you please mute your mic? Omolara Olomoda. Omolara, please mute your mic. It's affecting our communication here. Okay. So that's what we're going to do. So what we're going to do quickly now is, can you help me mute Omolara? Let's return back to our different groups. The same idea we presented yesterday, that's the same idea we are working on today. Can we please return back to our groups? Can we all please, and please make sure you are in a group. 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 You know your group. Please go to your group. We have poverty alleviation. We have Own a Home Nigeria Limited. We have A&B Logistics. We have software logistics development app. We have ESND. I think we're about 5 years today. Yeah. ESND. Own a Home Nigeria Limited. Poverty Alleviation Project. One Touch Software Development Company. A&B. Okay, One Touch Logistics. But you people are the ones developing the software now. Okay. Okay. So One Touch, A&B, Own a Home, Poverty Alleviation, and ESND. Please, by all means, be in a group. By all means, be in a group. IIPM, and we are moving forward. Congratulations. Where is Honorable Njida? He missed the class of yesterday, and it seems as though he's not here again. He wants to pray. I thought they've finished prayers. Is there another one? Okay. Oh. Okay, the second prayer. Oh. You people would have given me proper orientation. Please, this particular material I gave yesterday is almost like a summary of everything we've done. Now, there is a particular slide. There is a particular slide. There is a particular slide I want us to quickly look at, then we'll go to the proposal. Now that slide is on attracting clients in Nigeria or attracting clients in Africa with Nigeria as a case study. Let me quickly say this. It is one thing to attract a client, is another thing to retain a client. Attracting most often can be easy, but retaining is where the problem is. And Attracting clients, number one, has to do with the quality of marketing, your marketing strategies. That's one. Retaining customers has to do with the quality of service or product received. How many of us had a taste of the first day and second day food? Okay. So compare the first day, second day to the third day. Which one will you choose? Today. Okay. In fact, someone had to tell me this morning that she had running stomach. Someone yesterday on seeing the person said, I'm not eating. So the person had to take snacks for the whole day. So it is one thing to get clients, is another thing to retain clients. The person was fired because both service, the quality of service and quality of product were both poor. So we fired her. We gave her grace the first day, but we discovered that she doesn't like mercy and grace. So we don't want to go to her with her. Okay? Because somebody will leave here and say, IPM, that's how their food is. Okay, but that would be a perception. Someone was already asking, let's evaluate the food. So it is one thing to attract, but it's another thing to retain. We need quality products and services in order to retain. We need effective relationship marketing to be able to keep the retained customers to keep coming and coming. So there is a succession strategy for you from attracting down to retaining. So I would like you to go through this over and over again. Where is that? So this funnel, if you have been in our business development sections, this is all we do in business development. We look at everything that has to do with attracting customers or prospects. Then we look at everything that has to do with building engagements, that's retainership. And then we look at everything that has to do with turning those relationships into opportunities. So if you go through this slide from beginning to the end, these are the three objectives you will achieve. So what we gave you here is a guide and constantly will be reviewed. So by the time you come next year, you still receive this thing, but the content would have been reviewed to meet up with current realities. So in this content, now you could see something about the journey from acquisition to retention and how to keep them for life. It's a little plot, okay, but when you look at it, it's easy to understand. So you see all the possible tools and strategies you need to attract, to retain, to engage, and to also turn them to opportunities. No matter what you do with your clients, at the end of the day, you don't want them to just be customers for customers' sake. You want them to become partners. Partners in the sense that they will be part of your ambassadors, brand ambassadors. Okay, a voice is enough. In the business of today, a voice, one voice added is enough. And that's why people will pay Wizkid, pay Davido, pay Ronaldo, just to make sure that there is a voice or there is a face. There is a customer that will give your product, your service, the face that you need, and that's enough. Now, if in first contact, you miss that customer, you would have missed that face, you would have missed that voice. I was just having a very long issue we've had, and Barrister Gabriel came to me and spotted it and said, okay, I think I can help in this area. That's a voice. Yeah, that's a face. All right? And it makes a whole lot of sense. So it's not just to collect certificate and go, now we are moving into partnership. And it cannot run by the time we enter partnership, and I cannot run. So that's just that. And then you have some other important things there I just want to get to. So in essence, I'm just trying to say, take time, read through these. They are very simple languages, but anyone in the process of reading you don't understand, please feel free to get back to us. We discuss these things virtually every now and then. And most often for members is free interactions, just to be sure that you understand it more and more. Okay, so as you create your WhatsApp group and as you belong to the general WhatsApp group, just always pay attention because trainings come up almost every now and then, mostly online, except for reasons as this will all come together, but mostly online. So you don't need to spend too much on that. You can be on your desk and then be reading. Now, I just want to use Nigeria as a case study, but this is a global phenomenon to attract clients. These are some of the very few tips. Now you're coming into consulting. One of the things you want to do is to test the waters, all right? Test your strategies. So I'm going to take someone from here till we get to the end. So what's the first object there? Offer free. Okay, so complete it. Can I have just one person? Okay, so find out how to use the word free a lot in your consulting adventure because people want to taste and see. You must learn to take the risk away from the client and put it on yourself. Consulting is an assurance. So we must learn to give assurance to whatsoever thing we are consulting on. Okay. Now the next one is what? Please. Okay, number 2 is give assurance. Practical results that will be seen. Yep. So while you are telling the person this is going to be for a free trial, I may not have all the time to explain this because we need to go to the proposal session. Have you wondered why in the Western region, whenever they do anything, they almost make it free for everybody? Facebook came out. How much do you pay for Facebook? Do you know how much they invest in the Facebook itself? How will a free product make the richest internet star? That's the question. I want us to, Dr. Larry said he wants to play with our minds a little, right? You must understand that profit is not about charging of prices. If you cannot build a community, don't think of profit. It is first about building a community who trusts your product, okay? So try as much as you can to see how to use the word free. And then when people come to test that word free, let there be an assurance. Now, you've come to IPM, you did this and all of that. You know, we had to give some level of assurance. We said at the end of this program, if you're not satisfied, we'll refund your money 100% back. And we are not joking on that. If you still want it, we'll refund you. No jokes about that. Unfortunately, since the inception of IPM that we've been giving that assurance, nobody has come for refund. But it only means one thing, that the product has value. Now, if the product doesn't have value, be sure to refund almost everything. All right. Then the next one there is, yeah. Can someone read? Give discounts. Okay, so give discount early bird. No, you know, when we said early bird was going to end November 15th. Okay, and then when we looked at some economic situations, it's okay. Some people might not really have all the wherewithal. So you can pay instrumentally. And if you pay instrumentally, you can still, after the early bird, you can still balance up as on early bird. That was a great motivation to many people. And there is one brigadier general, he called and said someone sent him, a friend of his. Yes, his friend was here last year, so his friend brought him this year. And I said, early bird is 95,000. He said, no, I'm more than that. He said, I'm paying the 100,000. He paid early, but insisted that he must pay. He said he has heard a lot about the program, so he doesn't want to. He knows the value of the program. So why would he want to? The money, early bird is not his challenge. But I tell you the truth, there are several people that what motivated them is there is a discount. There is a discount. So that discount has a lot to do. And let me tell you the truth. This, if you think I'm joking, come when there is no discount. That's when you understand this. The discrete value. Where is the engineer? Okay, see him there. Is he Dr. Bassi was here. Dr. Bassi was here last year for this same program. He paid 470-something thousand for this same program. You can ask him. You can ask him how much he has spent At least the ones we know. Eh? Is there any other old member here? Okay, this one, your freshers. You can ask the old members how much they paid. Okay, see, Giwa. Paid to cover the program. And if you think we are joking, after you're done, go and sit with the accountant and tell him to give you the report. Okay? But at the end of the day, is the relationship that is our return on investment. That is our core focus. Let me tell you the truth. One person here, okay, these people brought in 10 persons plus 4, right? So one agency gave us about 14 to 15 persons, but it was only one person that made that move. The one person encountered us in June, brought us to the agency in November, and the agency sent 15 people in December. That is the value of the investment we've done. You see the dynamics of the operations. So don't let us not always fix our eyes on it is now. And let me tell you the truth. Productivity, where is that? He went to pray. Okay. So one person, last year, it was their DG that was here. DG finished. Okay, there were 2. Dr. Bamiduro. DG finished and said he's sending a staff. In June, he sent us 7 staff. In this set, he sent us 4 staff, and we know that it's going to be continuous. But when we did his own, it was free. Do you get the... So let's find a way to use discounts, this and that. And then overpromise and deliver the promise. Promise what your competitors are not giving. Promise, overpromise, and over-deliver. Not overpromise and under-deliver. Deliver as promised. Beat the imagination and the expectations of the people. Okay, so during one of our awareness sessions, we said that this program, after you're done and you want to become a chartered management consultant, you don't need to go to US and pay before you get that. You could use the same certificate here, and at discount that we've already negotiated with them, you make those tokens. You become a chartered fellow, and you become a chartered management consultant. All your certificates sent from US to Nigeria. And you don't need to take any extra exam or write any extra thesis. But if you want to go and do it directly there, you know how much you spend. Then you now focus on your dissertation and thesis. By the time you're done, you would have preferred to go and do Nigerian Institute of Management. Okay, so over-promise and over-deliver. Over-promise, do what your competitors are not doing. And that's why we said in consulting, knowledge is key. So know what they don't know. And let that be your over-promising. And let it be that you have the technical ability, the capacity to over-deliver. If you do that, nobody will want to leave you alone. Nobody will want to leave you alone. Okay? Who is there? Okay, so I have a very short time. Anyone we cannot do now, we'll just leave it. At least they can hear me. Yes. Get social proofs. Okay? Get social proofs, get testimonials. How do you get social proofs? Okay, so for a few times, you will call 1 or 2 persons, we'll go and interview, right? To know what your views are like and what you want to tell the other people there. We'll put those things as our review on the internet. If you search for IPM reviews, we'll have more than 800 reviews. And we are yet to get one that says something negative. That's a social proof. Okay, that's a social proof. Some of us, it might be, especially for those of us that do contract work, it might be letters of recommendation. Okay, letters of recommendation, letters of completion, letters of appreciation. Okay, get them in your profile, company profile. Dr. Bassi talked about building brochures today. In your brochure, put those things. Now, let me tell you something. In the photo album that will be given to you, do you know it's a social proof? Somehow you keep it on your table. Somebody will come and pick it. You've done this program. Oh, who are they? Where are they? Because of who you are, they want to join. And nobody will want to ask you, oh, who are they? What are you? Not tell them, you need to be part of this body. That's so. Create social proof. Okay, create, among other things you need to do as social proof. I would have loved Mr. Fred to be in this class, although he went for his master's exam today at Zaria, right? So, but I know he was online in the morning. Now listen, let me take, okay, for the sake of the people online, I would have taken this off the mic. Corporate social responsibility is a good risk that if you manage it, it can give you the result that 50 years of labor will never give you. Let me break it down. When you identify social problems that has volume of people with volume of influence, and they have capacity, not that they don't have capacity, but you decide to give it out. I say, we'll give you this. When they see that what you're doing is beneficial, they will be the ones marketing that product. How did we get to the office of the head of service? It was very simple. We did a corporate social responsibility. They sent some of their directors, and the directors went back and began to write. Till yesterday, they were saying, the head of service is still very impressed with what you've done and all of that. We are putting up all your recommendations. We are making sure that your file is not. Now, when they were saying this to us initially, I thought it was just part of those things. One day, I went into the office of the head of service without notice. And then on the table, I saw the secretary working on our file. Not that I told him I was coming. I saw him working on the file. Immediately I came and said, sir, you came on time. Let me take you to the director. He has been looking for you. He took me to another director. I don't even know who he was. Okay. And then from there, the woman got so interested. I said, okay, you people are the one that did this. Oh, lovely. The PAMSEC special strategic, something's policies, SPSO. Okay. So he has been longing to see you people. Okay. So we booked for a meeting. Now, when they say so, when they were saying so in the beginning, we are thinking that these people have come again. But when we saw, there was no reason to doubt. Okay? So, corporate social responsibility, it works, but you have to be strategic in doing it. If you have someone that has versus someone that doesn't have, naturally, we are moved to give to the person that doesn't have. In business, give to the person that has, so that he will give you to give to the person that doesn't have. Did you get what I just said now? In normal affiliations, we say, give to the poor. In business, you give to the person that has, so that he will give you to give to the person that doesn't have. It's called sacrifice. If I give you a wristwatch, sir, there is no amount of no kind of wristwatch you cannot buy now. But if I give you a wristwatch, I'm only using my emotional intelligence to buy into your emotions, so that you begin to think about me. How do I return this favor? How do I return this favor? That's what you're just thinking of. If you give to a poor man first, he's thinking of, how do I come back to collect another one? That's just it. Let me be very sincere. If you make your budget to go more to poor people, you will have more of them. If you make your budget that you invest in the right relationship so that you can have returns to give to the poor, it's very easy. It makes life easier. No matter how you pray, no matter how you fast, this is a very simple principle. If you don't know how to give gift to those who have the gift that you need, then you don't know how to use emotional intelligence. If you don't know how to give gifts to those who have the gift you need, then your emotional intelligence is still far from applying it to business. So let me make some digressions. I don't know how many people you've met here, but if it were to be me, if I go for programs like this, I carry gifts. I don't just come ordinary, I carry gifts. I mean, I carry gifts. Even when I go for training, I carry my gift. If it's 1,000 naira or 2,000 naira, it doesn't really matter. But that person you've given the 1,000, he's the one you're training, no? So he first paid you. And then you're giving him what will the 1,000 do for him? He paid you maybe 2.8 million to train his staff, and he's part of the staff. You now ask the question, he answered, you now gave him 1,000, right? Okay. So next time he's excited, you did not give him 1,000, you just say, I'm giving you 1,000 naira card. You didn't say I'm giving you 1,000 naira, but a card. Now, the next time the person wants to think about you. So corporate social responsibility, learn how to use it. And of course, you know, if you're paying your tax, it has some deductions for you. You don't pay tax on CSR. So you're wisely making your investment. Does that make sense? Then the next one say give rewards. I think I've already. Then the next one is have a refund policy. We will give you 100% back your money if you're not satisfied. That's a refund policy. And then you come, you land, you are satisfied, and then you gave. We were supposed to give you back, but you are not giving again. Your point of attraction, your channels, your touch point for attraction must be convincing enough for customers to make easy transition to your space. Don't lock your gate and then expect them to go and get keys somewhere to come and open it by themselves. Make an open net. Okay, make an open net. Very, very simple. I would have asked if I have a question, but this is the only thing I want to say, then I will move to my proposals. So the only thing I want to deal with in proposal is giving us the content of a proposal. So for profit making, we'll look at it as proposal. For non-profit making, we'll start from concept notes, right? So in these two things we are going to look at, we'll look at for profit making, what are the major components? And then for non-profit, what are the additional components? All right. Okay, but while I was meditating, I discovered that it's like I missed one element. Okay, I didn't miss it, it's there. So the first thing in your proposal or your concept note is that your concept note or proposal must have a title or a theme or a topic. Okay, there must be a title, a theme, or a topic. All right. So let's say, for instance, you are writing a proposal for somebody. Give me an example. Any proposal at all. Example of any proposal at all. Setting up a consulting firm. Okay, so let's assume that you want to develop a proposal on setting up a consulting firm. Okay, now that's just a generic title, right? So you want to make it something attractive. When somebody sees it, he reads it and then want to continue. Okay, so what if we say title, setting up a consulting firm that pays 10 figures in 6 weeks. So you want to get some attractions, right? Or setting up a 10-digit consulting firm. So you want, if we say setting up consulting firm, it's just like a book. All right, but when you say something that meets to the people's needs, they want to continue further. Now, after talking about your topic, the next thing is the rationale. Rationale, in some places, they will say introduction. So they will say the case review, whatever thing you call it, the rationale, just as the name is, rationale. What is the reason behind this? First, you give us what the problem is, and then the problem becomes the reason. So the reason must be quantitative and qualitative enough for the person to go into it. Let me give instance. Let's say IPM did a CSR and say we want to train 20 of your directors for free. Not just training, we certify them and induct them for free. 20. Do you know the cost of training 20 directors? You will calculate it and say, let's give it a try. And then by the time they came, it was done for free, certified, inducted, just like what we are going to head of service to do now. Now, somebody will be asking, is it not just whatever thing we are giving, is it not about IPM? No, it's actually about you. One day, you will find yourself with opportunities there. You say, I'm from IPM. They will not remember who Banito is or whatever. They only know that, we know these people. They're not the ones that, are you a faculty member? It's not their problem. Are you a council member? It's not their concern. The only thing they know is that this person is from IPM. So what do you want, sir? What do you want, ma? So it is an investment, all right? But before you now go to saying why the 10 people must come, or before you proceed, you must establish very crucial reasons why the 10 people or 20 people must be trained. You must be very convincing. Very, very convincing. Very, 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 very convincing. When I mean very convincing, is very, 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 very convincing. Okay? Mm-hmm. Then the next one is goals and objectives. There is a section in management consulting we deal with objectives, setting objectives. And one of these days we'll have that section. Now, setting objectives is not generic. Setting objectives has to be measurable, specific, just smart, simple, measurable, attainable, realistic, and time-bound, right? Those elements must be found there. Those elements must be found there. So if you say objectives, by the end of this consulting, the client will be able to, there is a capacity or there is a value that must rub off on that person. Now, if the person cannot, by the end of that consulting, that means the objectives of the consulting were not achieved. And the person has the right to say, I will not pay, or I'm not interested in moving forward. So when you want to create objectives, it must be action-driven. We say use action verbs, not passive words. Use action verbs. Okay, use action verbs. Setting up a consulting firm, for instance, we said proposal on setting up a 10-figure consulting firm. Okay, now we say objective number 1. By the end of this consulting, participant will be able to build their own companies, or the client will be able to build his own 10-figure consulting in 120 days. Then we'll begin to count 1, 2. At the end of 120, there is no measurable progress. That objective was never achieved. But we might not have gotten all of it, but the person has seen that, oh, these steps are yielding results. Even if at 120 did not get it, but you see that these steps are working. He is ready to proceed. So there must be something to evaluate. That's what I'm trying to say. Okay, we say by the end of this consulting, the client will be able to attract 50 customers in 30 days. And then we begin to count 1, 2, 3. Maybe in 30 days, previously he used to attract 2. Now in the next 30 days after your consulting, he was able to attract 10. there had been some result. He might, to you, you might not have achieved, but to him or to her, it's a great result. He might not even get but the excitement he would tell you, sir, you did well, ma, you did well. My company is moving forward. You don't know what you've done for us. So there must be tangible proofs of your consulting. Please don't go and do probability in your consulting. If you're not sure of the result, don't go into it. Just like Dr. Bassi said, if you cannot solve the problem where you're working now, don't bother to become a consultant in that problem. Okay. Then the next one is the content or the scope of what needs to be done. The content must sequence all of the elements that must be done to fulfill the objectives. The elements that has to be carried out, the activities that have to be carried out to get to the objectives, right? So in this class was said by the end of this section, in 120 days, you should be able to increase your profit. Is it by 25% or whatsoever? In 120 days, right? Now, one of the content is now to teach you, how do you attract customers? How do you retain customers? First of all, how do you understand your market so that you know that you're in the right place? If you're not in the right place, you move. Okay? All of those things, by the time you put them into acts and actions, you find that there's actually results. Okay? So there must be well-detailed content or scope of work. Okay? Then in the next one is the target group. Some may call it audience, some may call it target group, some may call it a customer segment, whatever you choose to call it. The target group is the people that particular title is for. Those days I used to tell them in the office, because the truth is in IPM, we train and retrain ourselves almost every day. That's who we are. We train and retrain ourselves every day. To share flyers, we'll train you on how to share flyers. So one day I was training on marketing and I told them something. I said, you see how beautiful this flyer is? He said, yes. If you carry this flyer now and give it to an Okada rider, you've just wasted your money. Right? You carry that flyer and you go and give it to the person selling Kose, you've just wasted your money. So you must identify your market, identify the elements. Yesterday we talked about niche consulting. It's not for everybody. Who are you interested in? There are quite a number of things in this slide. I will have you to take your time and study it. I gave different preview of what the market looks like. Most of us focus on general market, but we'll forget our niche market, and it makes it difficult. We become competitors in our own area of expertise, and that's not supposed to be so. All right, so know who your target audience are. Then the next one is your methodology or your strategy. Remember to be a step ahead of your competitors. Always remember, there are generic strategies, but there are innovative strategies that can put you ahead. Okay, the trainings you've had in time past versus the training you had today and these 3 days, is there any difference between what you used to have and what you have here? There are differences, right? So you have to be innovative with your strategies. Innovative with your strategies. I said yesterday, if you don't think about your business daily, it's possible you don't have a business, because every day you must think of, how do I improve? All right, how do I improve? Then the next one is the location where the project or where the business or where the CSO will be established. So there must be a location. And the location must be good enough to cater for the target audience that you want to handle. If the location is off what they can handle, the project will only be good, but not producing results. There are projects that should be done in the village, but we are doing it in Abuja, believing that the local government will sponsor people from the village to come. Yeah, we have a whole lot of that. In fact, most constituency projects now, they take it to the city. It's called constituency project. It's not for town. It's for the rural areas. But we now go and load them in a bus and bring them to the city. The problem that we want to solve is in the village, but we now come and use other case studies in the city. When they go back to the village, it will now seem as though the empowerment project was ineffective or counterproductive, right? So we need to be very careful on location selection. Then another thing I want to talk about location is, remember, in this present era, when we talk about location, it's no longer just talking about a place, like a physical place. You now have the virtual place. All right, like what we're doing here. Some people are online there. Are they with us? Yes, they are. Are we with them? Yes, we are. So you could also look at very innovative ways of managing locations. Then you have your fees or budget. Every proposal must have a budget. Even if you want to do it free, let the people have an idea of what it is and then why you are giving it to them free. Okay, even if it's free, let them have an idea of what the budget is like before it's okay, I'm giving it for free, so that they will be able to appreciate what it is. Now, a lapel is 2,000 naira, right? So if I give you a lapel now, you know it's 2,000 I just gave you. But if I just give it to you like that, you would think, it's just one of those things. Okay, so that's just that. Then you have another thing we call your capability statement. Your capability statement is something like your social proof. Your capability statement is to prove through your experience that you can do this. So have you done it before with some other organizations, with some other individuals, with some other communities? Let us know. So this is like somebody writing CVs, writing his referees, right? Please, can we admit that person there? Okay, so this is what you're doing. So you now say, okay, if it is a training firm, you can say, okay, we've trained so, and they are all contactable. Okay, to back it up, if you have certificates of work completed, certificates of appreciation, acknowledgement of work done, you can put it. That is capability statement. You're providing a proof to show that you have the capacity to deliver. And then you have okay, for the NGOs now, we now talk about monitoring and evaluation. We, in profit-driven area, most often in our methodology and strategy, we talk about how we evaluate the project or how we evaluate the work we are doing. But for NGOs, it's always needed that you create your M&E framework differently from your methodology of administering the project. Okay? And then you also talk about your sustainability plan. Now, for us in profit-driven, we might not talk about sustainability plan in our proposals, but we know that we are working on sustainability. Our assignment is to create sustainable relationships, right? But we might not have to put it there. And most often when we go to proposal defense and they ask you, this person is giving us 500 million, you are giving us 450 million, why are you doing so? You now tell them because of future. We want to build relationship with you because of it. You're just talking about sustainability. Okay, so whether we write it down or not, it's always there. All right, so these are some of the most core things in proposal development. You can adapt this to whether you're writing a proposal on a product-based proposal. Say you're into construction, you want to write about housing, you can adapt it. You are into services, you can adapt it. You're into CSO, you can adapt it. Now, do I have any question? Please, what's my type? My watch tends to be heavy on my hand, so I'm not wearing it. Kept it there. What's the time? 4:36. Okay. So, yes, sir, please. Okay. So I have some questions. Can we get the mic here, please? The mic. Now, why the mic is coming? When I leave us to interact, you see those ideas we came up with. Let it not just stop as here. Find a way to continue after here. If you think those ideas are worth working on, there is nothing wrong if you form a group and proceed with that idea. Did you get what I just said? Let it not just be like you just did a practical, and then after here, I'll forget about it. If that idea is worth investing in, you think is worth investing in, go back, keep thinking about it, keep refining it. They say 2 good heads are better than 1. Now, when we have 5 good heads, 3 good heads, that means we have enough. Okay, and then we'll begin to think of how do we bring it to light. Okay, so by the time we come for the next induction, we want to hear of the outcome of these discussions. One thing Dr. Larry told me, and whenever he's around here, he will also say, don't allow this thing to just sleep on the table. Don't leave it on the table. Take it out and turn it to a result. Okay, turn it to a result. Okay, there must be a way out. There must be a way to make it work. Okay, there must be a way to make it work. All right, where okay, please go ahead,
Yeah.
man.
Please, a quick one, Doctor. I'm not very clear with this capability statement. I'm not very clear.
Okay.
Then secondly, monitoring and evaluation. I know that the monitoring comes first before evaluation, but are there no projects that while you are on it, there's a form of monitoring and evaluation before the final evaluation? Why I'm saying that is that while you're on, you might have stated some things you want to do, but it's when you are doing it, you now discover plus and minus. While you're trying to put in the plus and minus to ensure you get your end, isn't that a form of monitoring and evaluation before the formal evaluation? Okay. I don't know if you're clear with
Yes, yes, I'm very clear. You know, most of people think that monitoring evaluation is when you're done with the project, then you now want to do. No, monitoring and evaluation starts even before the project starts and continues after the project has stopped. So it's a continuous process. Now, let me give you an example. In this class now, we are going to be discussing, right? Right in the topic we are discussing with. Monitoring and evaluation is inside. If we decide to take it up and say, let's establish this, you will find out that I will begin to refine the thoughts. We'll begin to find out, okay, should this be there? Should that be there? Can we remove this? Can we add that? You're monitoring, you're evaluating, you're screening. Okay, so let me use that word, screening. So screening is a monitoring and evaluation tool. Most often, screening is before the project starts. Screening is to find that right idea, that right project that has to be done. So you have pre-evaluation, you have implementation evaluation, you have post-implementation evaluation. Okay. So it is before, during, and after.
Okay, please, Doctor, does this apply to an R&D kind of work?
Any project at all.
But you know why I'm so particular about this? Because I feel this is just an avenue for me to discuss.
Okay.
While you're doing a research, maybe you have agreed with your supervisors or your team, as the case may be, that we are doing A, B, C. And you get to the field and you now notice that A, B can be done, but C it's not compliant with your, do you understand? Yeah. And while you're on the field, maybe with a phone call, you just call your team. I'm here on the field. This is what I discussed. If we insist on going with C, there's a roadblock. Can we maneuver around to be able to get to our destination? Is that good or bad? Okay. Because I noticed in Nigeria that we are so used to wanting it to be done like this. Whereas outside the country, most of the outcome of their research, they find some of them while they are on the field. And I'm having a problem with that presently.
Okay, yeah. So projects need to be flexible. Proposals need to be flexible, not rigid, all right? Now, there is something you said and I love it. And that's to tell us about the process evaluation or implementation evaluation, right? He said you could get to the field and then you find out that there are some objects of the objective that might not be feasible at the moment, right? So that's part of your feasibility report. You have facts. Those facts become data that help us to make decisions. So in project management, there are things we call change management. Every project is liable to change.
The academics, they don't.
No. Okay. Now, in the academics, most of us did projects, right? It's just on individual basis most often. How many of us had the situation where your project supervisor had to change some objectives, cancel some things, even change the whole topic, right? That is part of the monitoring and evaluation.
But sir, you say what? I'm sorry to draw this class.
No, go ahead, please.
It's a problem. I think it's good to talk about it. Yeah. You're in the PhD class, they tell you that you own your work.
Yeah.
Because the idea is yours.
Definitely.
So why should most supervisors want to impose on you if they know it's your work? They are there to guide you, but they should not impose your work to you. Secondly, most times they don't follow you to the field and they will sit back and expect it to be done the way you have agreed in school. It's not like that. Because if we continue doing like that, you give room to doctoring, cut corners. Yeah. But when you are going on a research, you yourself, you are not sure of what you're going to see there. I'm bringing it up in case you're writing a proposal for research and development. You could be a consultant to advise them on R&D.
Definitely.
But a situation where they want to preempt what you will have in the field, we have a problem with that. Because whatever you bring back from the field might just be a new way. And that is why the advanced countries are different from us. They go to the field because you can just bring in something that's ordinarily while you are sitting, you might not even think about it. So I don't know how to maneuver around this. If you find yourself as a consultant to advise on an issue of research and development, because I know we have that problem.
Okay. The way Mama is talking to me now, like I'm the one that is hungry. Okay. All right, please, let's have please. Yeah. It's not on. All right, if I can hear you, you can project.
And they had their requirements for us to meet up to. So in one of the requirements, we are actually supposed to have this agreement signing. It's a peace building project. So we're able to meet up with the 4. Now on the process, we have already completed it. We are just waiting for the agreement signing event. Now, after that, someone heard of it. It was actually a conflict on land. So there was this man who was absent all this while. On hearing that, he now resurfaced. So he began to do all sorts that it's not going to hold. So he was trying to turn the thing on us that it's not, we are the ones now causing problem instead of bringing peace. So I now told them, the field officers came back and they were like, this thing is a problem to us because we cannot meet up with this target from the donors. So I told them we don't have to be complete. Yes, they have given us the requirements. Now this is a shortfall and we can't meet up to, we cannot doctor it. So the only thing we'll do, we'll take that as a gap. And then in our writing of reports, we will now report back to the donor that this constitutes a gap for us. So if possible, they can give us another time or another whatever resources to work on that particular, because it's actually a problem again, and it's a potential problem for conflict in that community. So that will form part of our requirements and recommendation for the donor to for next action. I don't know if that helps. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Okay, how many of us know that for every problem solved, we create more problems? How many of us know that? For every problem solved, we create more problems. So what you've done, what you've done is in order. I was beginning to think that maybe because the problem started, you thought there was no way out. What you just did is perfect. There must be room for effective communication. And that's just what needs to be done. All right. Okay. So I think we can oh, you have a question? Okay. Okay. So let me take the question.
In my industry, proposal writing is honeypot, is hot cake. And we've had issues where we made lots of research. We took our time to write proposal, invested time, invested funds, and then we delivered the proposal to ministries. And the proposals were dubbed, I will say outrightly stolen. This causes lots of depression. In fact, at a point, I lost interest. How do you defend, how do you protect your proposal against being dubbed or against being stolen? Please, in answering this, I would like directors of government parastatals ministry to also contribute, please. Thank you.
So let's know what Mike. Let's have there was no way to go back and say it's an idea. So we have to travel miles. My friend, that friend I spoke about yesterday. We traveled miles to go and let our proposals. The professor was to teach us. Okay. All right. So a professor was to teach us this. All the thing the man taught was not our concern. We were just waiting for question and answer time. And we said, Prof, please, how do we secure our ideas, our proposal? Fortunately, the prof knows me and my friend, and the prof is a stammerer. He said, Uche. Said, Banito, you people came to know how to. At the end of the day, he said, the only way to get off is be ahead. Be ahead. And the way to be ahead is just very simple. Check your methodologies. If your proposal, any other person can do it, already it's no longer your own. So what's the difference between what you are bringing that nobody knows versus the one they know? It's very simple. Then check your capability. In fact, every aspect, just check. But most importantly, check this. Check the content, check your fees. These are very simple things you could use. Okay, let's hear from the president, His Excellency, and then we hear.
All right, thank you. I've encountered something like this. And you know, when you encounter it, you now become creative. Thank you. Yes, it's very simple. Depending on who you are sending the proposal to, you understand? There are some items. That's the key proposal. You understand? It must not be there. So even if they carry it, they can execute, but at a higher cost. They can execute, but with a problem. That at the end of the day, they will call you to come and solve it. And then you now make the money because they have suffered. You understand? And you now tell them, if supposing, I'm assuming, let's say it's 1 million that they would have given you. You understand? To execute it. They've executed it, they've seen the prospects, but it's not really working. They said, let's call back that guy. It becomes 10 million to solve the problem. And it's not as if you call me, I won't come. You call me, I won't come. Why? What I'm doing is I'm trying to increase the value. So when I tell you 10 million, you check, you make 50 million out of the proposal. You tell me no problem. You give me my 10 million and you go your way. Thank you.
So, recently I was one of the committee that organized a entrepreneur contest in my place. And we screened over 100 entrepreneurs. So everybody submitted their proposals and we were perusing. So prior to submission, somebody just brought a legal letter. And the title of the letter, before he submitted his own proposal, is agreement of non-execution or non-disclosure. That this proposal I'm submitting to your committee, you will not steal the idea, you will not, from a lawyer, then all the committee will look at ourselves. So something like this exists. So we all signed before he submitted his proposal. And at the end of the day, he didn't want he's not one of the winner of the competition, but at least we have signed. And I still have all the proposals in my house, but we cannot execute his proposal and I cannot even sell it. So that can also go a long way. When you're submitting a proposal, it can come with legal terms, non-disclosure or non-execution agreements.
Sometimes in 2018, who knows Professor Chris Mumole here? Who knows Professor Chris Mumole? You know Professor Chris? Who other person? Okay, so only one person knows Professor Chris Mumole or Chris Mullen. He is a presidential aspirant in the Federal Republic of Nigeria. You don't know him. He's not a PDP. Okay. Okay, he's a contestant. Okay, all right. Now, Professor Chris Mullen is one of my mentors. As it were, he's the person that made me a consultant. He's one of the finest Nigerian entrepreneurs I've seen. One day he was telling me something in this regard. We had a program in Lagos and we invited him. It was a business summit for CEOs and MDs. So I invited him to come and he came. While we were sitting at the lounge talking, he said, Benito, if you have a proposal, if you have an idea, don't go telling the investor non-disclosure agreement. Not everybody is ready to listen to that. You have an idea, you need my help, and you want me to first sign before you talk to me. You're already proposing problem to the person. The person will not be interested. If anybody decides to sit down and listen to you, maybe before you start talking about non-execution or non-disclosure, the person would have some. I would rather prefer or sign partnership terms than not. There are some words when you bring them, yes, they are legal, but when you bring them, they become repellent. Okay, so if it is proposals, to me, the best thing is find what to put and then find what not to put. Okay, you can still put the thing in project management. We have different phases in proposal writing. We have proposals by phases. For instance, I say proposal on egusi soup production. And I say, number one, procurement of materials. Procurement of materials. Number two, missing of materials. Number three, I'll just give you. Now, can you prepare egusi soup like that? You can never. Okay? Then at the end of the day, I tell you, I now want to convince you to invest, right? I now go to my capability statement. I said, when I did this for so, they invested 5 million and they got 500 million. When I did it for so, and they went to do their background check and it was true. They will not ask you, okay, how do we do this? The question is, there is return coming. Or your Oga come. At that point, you can now say, let's sign agreement. I worked in UAC for some years. All these guys producing gala and all of that. Till I left UAC, I don't know the mixture of the things inside there. I never, you can only, you perceive Maggi, you perceive curry, you perceive all perceivable. But to what quantity, you don't know. And you know what? Those things are not prepared here. They import all those things. The person missing them is not in Nigeria. So you cannot access that secret. Do you get it? I've not worked in Coca-Cola before, but it's still difficult to have a whole number of companies looking like Coca-Cola. It's just a few. Do you get it? So we must know the secrets to keep and the ones to divulge. Apart from a proposition by face, we also have proposition by result. Own a Home Nigeria Limited. We might not want to tell you about how to go about all of that, but we now tell you what the return will be like. This is what you get if you do this. We are not telling you how we do it. We are not giving you breakdown. We are just showing you the result that will come out after we are done. So what is pushing you is the result you want to get. How you want to do it is not my concern. Then the last one is proposition by breakdown. That is where the problem is. When you give all the details, there is nothing else. There is nothing else. And that is the one most people do. Proposition by details. You give everything. 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 So there is nothing left. Okay? There is nothing left. So I think this will be my last question for today. Because of time, I will just allow the group. Is what o'clock? 5 o'clock. So now we are not doing any further presentation, but I want you to sit in your group and ask yourself, the work we started with, how can we proceed from here? The work we started, this thing we started, is this something that we just did for practical reasons, or is this something we can take further from here? In the next 5-10 minutes, we do that. You agree? So what we want you to do is, if you agree, you come and tell us that, okay, we'll proceed from here. Then you get your contacts. If it's to have a group where you have your monthly or weekly updates and how to apportion responsibilities. But if you think, oh, this one, I don't think it will work for us, maybe we need to rethink. The monetary and evaluation says that this one will not work, but we can rethink it. You can also go that way. So we just have 5 minutes, just 5 minutes, all right? Just rethink it and find out if you can go about it. Now, the same thing with those online. Okay, with those online also. Immediately after this, we will call it a timeout. And then we'll have 1 or 2 discussions outside of this, and then we can go. 5 minutes, online, offline. Can we all stand up? Can we all stand up? Can we all stand up? Okay, so we are done. And we just need to take 1, 2, we just keep standing. And as soon as we get all those feedback, 1 minute feedback from each of the units, and we are gone. So can we all stand up? Can we all stand up? So anybody speaking, please come forward just to tell us, okay, we have looked at these thoughts, we've looked at the proposal process. Is something we can move on with, or is something we just change it? 1 minute is enough. Okay, please, let's have a seat. If you're presenting, come forward. Just 1 minute.
Thank you. Like, as we are aware, we did a business plan for Own a Home Nigeria Limited, and it was for creating affordable housing that can be utilized by the poor and the lower middle class. And after we deliberated, we discovered that there is really potential, there is great potential, even though there is great work to be done. So we decided that the first thing we'll do is to get the concepts, do a background work, do our research in materials, in designs, with the aim of bringing down the costs of housing, after which we can now do a proposal based on our findings.
Okay, so let's get it straight. When we come back here next year, as your group agreed to carry on with this project, have a profitable feedback.
Yes, we have agreed that we are going to have, yes, a proposal first. That's the first step. You understand? Within this 1 year, our commitment is to have a proposal that we can now look for partners to carry on. Yes.
Please, can we clap for them? They've agreed to move forward from here. Let's have the next people, please. Just tell us, have you agreed?
In a nutshell, the Argenta here talking for the one-touch logistics. We have deliberated and we've agreed that we'll go on with this idea and turn it into a business. But what we have just done now is to create a group, an interactive group, where we will continue to develop the idea. Thank you, sir.
Thank you so much. So one-touch logistics, we expect that by this time next year, there will be an outcome. The next people, please. Next. A and B logistics, ESND. Which?
Okay. Representing A and B logistics, we've decided to go on with the group and add some other touches to it. Yes.
So what do you expect at next year?
Implementation.
So thank you so much, A and B logistics. Please, let's know that what we are taking is serious commitment. It's serious commitment we are taking. And we don't want it to just end on paper. There must be results. Okay, ESND. ESND. Okay, ESND as poverty alleviation. All right, at this juncture, men and brethren, we want to officially thank every one of us that participated in this 2022 Executive Management Development Workshop and Membership Induction. We believe it has been an exciting time, and we've taken the commitment to go back and come back with results. Now, our plea is that whatsoever thing you've learned, please don't just keep it on the table. Don't leave it on the shelf. bring it out and make sure you put it to use. Moving forward, in IIPM, we'll have our quarterly meetings. Every quarter we'll have a meeting. So in your emails, you receive all of those invitations. Now, virtually every month, we have trainings. We have trainings, most of which are online. So also pay attention to your emails. The ones that concern you, please try to attend. Our mandatory development program is once in a year. That one is mandatory. We come together again and learn again. So prepare yourself for next year's mandatory workshop. It's going to be holding in Ghana between October and November 2023. So please, let's plan and prepare. We've already started the planning, and every one of us will be part of it. So if it means saving $1 from now, start saving. If it means saving because it's a 5-day program. Okay, and we come back. Yes, it's mandatory. Yes, in Ghana. So even if you're in Nigeria, you want to attend online, you also pay in dollars. All right. Another important information. October, November next year. Another important information. We've learned quite a number of things, and it is time for us to partner. Please, partnership for us is crucial and important. Always remember, please come, you are the main man. Come. See, where is the wine? Please bring the wine. Thank you so much. Please bring the wine. Hey, President, bring your chivita. Governor, SLAC, can someone collect that chivita from him? Okay, so our partnership programs are open. Now, this is what we do. In the different states and locations we are, please, you can partner with IPM to establish in that area. For people that came from Oka, please, when you go home, with your own company influence, try to use, we might not just come to Oka to train, but with the people you know, with the network you have there, we can train there. And please, if our partnership is a win-win thing, okay? It's a win-win thing. If you want us to run a CSR in your state, to bring the program to your state, just any state you're coming from, be rest assured that you're not the only IPM member there. Okay, in some states, they have more than 500 persons there. For instance, Lagos. Okay, in other places, okay, in fact, some of us saw people from our places that joined us here. So as we go, let's work out local chapters in those areas and then make sure that they work. Always make sure you communicate with each other, especially the executive council of this particular house, the 2022 batch B. Please make sure the governor, the deputy governor, and the PRO, make sure you consistently rapport with your people. And please, whatsoever your project seed is, we want to have it by Friday next week. Whatsoever your project seed is, we want to have it by Friday next week so that we know what we're doing. So we give you the account. The account is something fresh, so you pay into it and then know. Now, before we share the grace, can we have the president, the class governor, to give us vote of thanks, and then we'll call it a day. Governor, vote of thanks. And then we drink our wine anyhow. So this wine, as you're having vote of thanks, you're doing the toast.
toast without coffee. I'm telling you. One house. One house. IIPM. We are moving forward. Yes. I want to use this opportunity on behalf of the December 2022 inducted class of IIPM to appreciate the efforts of our elders in the institute, the efforts of those who battered this vision at the beginning and who have given it all they have to make it a reality. I want to especially appreciate our facilitators, the faculty members who left all their busy schedule to spend time with us here. I want to appreciate the members of the Secretariat who have been there making sure that things run smoothly. And I also want to appreciate the alumni, at least for receiving us cheerfully and happily. And I'd like to, on behalf of my class, state that whatever has been done will be quadrupled because we have come. And we are going to give it what it takes to take the institutes to higher grounds. So once more, thank you, and God bless you.